Hi, and welcome to Digital Audio Workstation, or DAW Effects Explained. In this series we're going to have a look at 4 of the most common effects that you'll probably use in any DAW, and that's EQ, compression, reverb and delay. We're going to look at the features of some of these plugins and how you can use them, but we're also going to have a bit of a look at the theory behind them and why you use them and how they work. So we're going to have a bit of a look at some of the basics of sound engineering. And in this tutorial we're going to focus on frequency and pitch. To put it really simply, sound is made up of vibrations that the ear can detect. And as these vibrations speed up, the pitch increases. Sound engineers refer to these vibrations as frequency, and musicians would call it pitch. So frequency is measured in the number of vibrations per second, or hertz. And 1000 Hz is called 1 kHz. But in music, pitch is measured in musical notes or semitones. And in Western music we tend to use the equal tempered scale, which contains 12 semitones per octave. So basically an octave is split into 12 equal segments, and each one of them is a semitone. And each musical note has a frequency equivalent. So for example, middle C or concert C is 261 Hz. So to look at an example, we're going to use this spectral analyzer here, which is the one that comes with Ableton Live. And one of the good things about this one is if you enable this semitone button here, then as you hover the mouse over the grid, then down in the bottom left here you can see the note and the frequency for each position along the horizontal axis of the grid, which is particularly useful for what we're talking about here. But if you don't have Ableton Live, there are other spectral analyzers that will do this as well. There's quite a few around. There's some commercial ones, some free ones. They can be really useful for seeing what's going on, getting used to the correlation between the frequencies and the notes. But if you can't get hold of one, it could be just as useful to get a chart that shows the frequencies of all the musical notes. And you can also find plenty of those around on the internet as well. But ultimately you want to get used to doing it all by ear, but it can be really useful sometimes when EQing to be aware of what notes correspond to what frequencies. So if we now play a sine wave at middle C or C3, just to look at an example, then we can see down here on the spectral analyzer we've got a very sharp peak here, and if we hover the mouse over the top, we can see down in the left corner that it says 261 Hz and C3, which is middle C. But in this example we're using a sine wave, which is the purest type of waveform and only represents one single frequency or pitch. But sine waves aren't really representative of most of the sounds you'll be using because we don't really tend to make music with pure sine waves. Most sounds are made up of lots of different frequencies that give the sound its unique character or timbre. So the main frequency that gives the sound its pitch is called the fundamental frequency. And the other frequencies that make up the rest of the sound are called partials or harmonics. So if we now play that same middle C on a piano, you can see here, we've got a strong peak here at 261 Hz, but we've also got a lot of other strong peaks at different frequencies. These are the partials, and partials that are whole number multiples of the fundamental frequency, so 2 times, 3 times, 4 times the amount, they're the harmonics. And they're significant because they sound in harmony with the fundamental, so they make it sound musical. They tend to be the same note at different octaves, or other notes from the equal tempered scale such as 3rd and 5th notes. So for this reason a lot of musical instruments produce strong harmonics, although there are plenty that don't and instead generate inharmonic partials, such as percussion instruments for example. But a lot of the melodic instruments tend to produce quite strong harmonics. And so by using effects like EQ we can boost or cut specific frequencies and have some control over the individual partials and harmonics, or even the fundamental, and change the character of a sound completely. And so that makes up a lot of what we'll be looking at in this chapter. So to give an example, if we were to filter out some of the frequencies from this piano using this Oxford EQ, so maybe start by turning on a high pass filter, cut out a lot of the bottom end below 261 Hz, or maybe just a bit below that. Turn on a low pass filter and cut out everything above. This one only goes down to 1000 Hz. So we might need to use another one of the EQs to maybe pull out a little bit more, because we want to limit it as much as possible for this example. Now I'm going to boost the frequency at 261 Hz. And you can see here if I hover the mouse over, this only allows me to boost by 20 dB, so I'm going to add another EQ and boost it again. So we've got quite a sharp boost there. And now we can see there's quite a similar peak to what we had with the sine wave. There's still quite a few partials here, so we haven't completely got rid of those, but you can hear it's starting to sound a lot more like the sine wave. And if we have a look up the left here, you can see that all these partials are actually quite low in volume. You can see as you hover the mouse over, they're in the region of minus 60 or 70 dB, so they're not really that loud. The main thing we're hearing is this fundamental frequency. So if we play that sine wave again, just to compare, you can hear they're sounding quite similar. So that's just one example of how we can significantly alter the character of a sound by attenuating certain frequencies. EQ can also be used for some of the more corrective technical aspects of audio engineering, like removing plosives or sibilants from vocals, and there are plenty of uses that don't necessarily involve music as well, such as correcting noise or hum problems in recordings, or even eliminating feedback in a live context. But the main focus of this series will be on how DAW effects can be used in music production, so we're going to mainly look at how it's useful for making music. In this tutorial we're going to have a look at some of the EQ types that you might find in a DAW. In particular we're going to focus on parametric, shelving and low pass and high pass filters. So as we've seen in the previous tutorial, EQ allows us to have control over specific frequencies in a sound by changing their amplitudes. This means we can change the character or timbre of a sound by altering the partials and harmonics, or even fundamental. But we can also use EQ for a number of other things, such as correcting problems like removing hum or hiss, correcting unwanted resonance, such as from an instrument's soundbox or from a room, or making up for differences in microphones or mic placement. It can help us to bring a sound or instrument out more in a mix or pull it back, make it less prominent, or we can even use it to create stereo effects by separating the channels at different frequencies, and so on. So to start with, parametric EQ is the type of EQ that can be used for boosting or cutting specific frequencies over a particular range. On a lot of EQs, you can choose to operate in parametric mode by selecting the bandpass or bell curve shape. You can see here on the Ableton EQ8, the bell curve is shown in both directions, so it looks more like a sort of oval diamond shape, and it varies from EQ to EQ. Some will just show a bell curve pointing upwards, even though it can be used to boost or cut. Or as in the case of this Oxford EQ here, the green, red and orange EQs are always parametric, and the blue and yellow EQs are parametric by default, but these buttons here will turn them into shelving EQs. So it really depends according to the plugin. But we're going to have a look at shelving EQ in a moment. So once you've put it into parametric mode, let's trigger a clip so we can hear what's going on. You choose which frequency to boost or cut using the frequency knob, and that will be the center of the range of frequencies that you're going to adjust. You then use the gain knob to boost or cut the center frequency. How wide the range of frequencies that you're boosting or cutting is, or the bandwidth, is determined by the Q knob. A lot of the time, a high Q setting means a narrower range of frequencies, while a lower setting means a wider range. On the Oxford EQ, it works the other way around, or at least it appears to. As I'm turning the knob to the left, you can see the number is increasing and the range is getting narrower. And in both cases, you can just drag these circles up or down, and that means you can control the gain and frequency at the same time without letting go of the mouse button. A lot of EQs will also let you control the Q in the same way by holding a modifier. On PC this might be the Alt key, on the Mac it might be the Command key. It really depends on your EQ. In the case of Ableton Live it's the Alt key on PC, and for this Oxford EQ on PC it's also the Alt key. I'm not really sure on the Mac equivalents, but that's something that you could check in the manual. As I say, it really depends on the EQ. And so that means you can control all three parameters without even letting go of the mouse button, just by holding that modifier key. And that makes it very easy to adjust EQ. So a narrower bandwidth or Q setting can be really useful for corrective EQing, so that you can notch out a particular frequency. That might be really helpful if you're trying to get rid of hum or something like that. But really it can be useful when you want to target specific frequencies without affecting any of the other frequencies nearby. And a really useful way of finding those frequencies is to boost the gain and then sweep through using the frequency knob or just by dragging the circle. And you can really exaggerate the frequencies so that you can hear what you're looking for, and then once you've found it, then you can cut it or do whatever you like with it. A lower Q setting or a broader bandwidth can be useful for boosting or cutting a more general range of frequencies. So for example, just turning the bass up a bit or down a bit. So maybe when you want to EQ a bit more musically rather than trying to target specific frequencies. But for boosting or cutting a more general range like that, Shelving EQ might be a bit more suitable. Shelving EQ is maybe a little bit more like the type of EQ you'll find on a home stereo that just boosts the bass or the treble. You tend to have low and high shelving EQs, and it basically just boosts or cuts everything below or above a specific frequency. And how steep the slope is set with the Q control, and that's the width of the range of frequencies that the change takes place over. So in other words, how abruptly it changes once it gets to the cutoff frequency. Now it's worth bearing in mind with Shelving EQ, you are limited by the amount of gain that you have available. So for example, on the EQ8 we can only go up or down 15 dB. So it's not cutting those frequencies out completely, even though it might look like it here. It's just lowering them or raising them by 15 dB. On the Oxford EQ, that amount is 20 dB. As you can see, it tells us here. So again, this depends on the EQ. Also, you might notice when we've got quite a high Q setting, on the other side of the cutoff, you can see we get a little bit of a peak here. So it's actually boosting it a little bit on the other side of the cutoff, or it cuts it if we're boosting. This is called overshooting or undershooting, and it's basically to accentuate that change between frequencies and possibly make it sound a bit more natural or musical. And it's a bit more like some of the EQs you'll find on a real analog mixing desk. Not all Shelving EQs have this feature, but the Ableton EQ8 does, and so does the Oxford EQ. And of course we also have high Shelving EQ, which is basically the same but works on the high frequencies. So as I said before, this is maybe more like an EQ that you'd find on a stereo. You can just turn up the bass and treble. Now, as I said earlier, with a Shelving EQ, you can only cut frequencies by the amount of gain you have available on your EQ. So if you wanted to cut everything below or above a specific frequency, then you might be better off using a low pass or high pass filter. They're also called low cut or high cut. So a low pass is a high cut because it passes through the low frequencies or cuts the high frequencies, and vice versa. So basically in this example, everything here is cut out completely. So this is a high pass filter because it passes through the high frequencies and cuts the low frequencies. And we could switch to a low pass or high cut filter by pressing this button, and it does the opposite. On the Oxford EQ we have separate sections for the low pass and high pass filters. We just have this frequency knob here. And it just goes up to 400 Hertz. And this button here decides how steep the slope is. And that's measured in dB per octave. So this really steep slope here is basically dropping it by 36 dB every octave. And so the low pass filter, you can see it's very subtle at first till we turn it up to 36, and that makes it very steep. Really cuts the frequencies quite dramatically. On the EQ8 it works a bit differently. As with the other EQ types, we use the Q knob to set how steep the slope is. But another difference this one has is you can see this peak here. With the EQ8, as you increase the Q, you also get a boost around the cutoff frequency. So this is more like a resonant filter that you'll find on a synthesizer. So this can be really good for more creative effects like filter sweeps like you might do on a synth. It's maybe not quite as good for more surgical cuts because in order to get a steep slope you also get that boost. But of course you can make up for that by enabling another EQ, a parametric EQ, and just reducing that boost there so that you can make the slope a lot steeper without boosting. But again, this really depends on the EQ. Some EQs behave more like the Oxford EQ with just a really steep slope, but they might use a Q control instead of the button to set the slope. And some other EQs just don't allow you to create such a steep slope. So one other thing that's worth mentioning when dealing with low pass and high pass filters is the frequency we're referring to as the cutoff frequency. And this is one area that can be a possible cause for confusion, because the cutoff frequency is actually the point that is 3 dB lower than the maximum level. So in other words, it's not the point at which it starts to fade out, it's the point at which it's already half the volume that it was, because a 3 dB reduction in volume is basically the same as halving the volume. This is pretty important to understand because if you wanted to, for example, cut off everything below 100 Hz, but you still want it to be at full volume at 100 Hz, then you need to actually move the cutoff below 100 Hz. So this can be an easy mistake to make at first because it sort of sounds logical that cutoff means the point at which it cuts off and starts fading out. But it might be better to instead think of it as the point that it's already cut off by 3 dB. Okay, well that's it. Thanks for watching. See you next time. Hi, welcome back. In this tutorial we're going to have a look at using EQ on drums. We're going to have a look at some electronic drum sounds, in particular from the Roland TR-808 drum machine, and we're also going to have a look at some drum sounds from a real drum kit. Some good advice you might hear is to mix the drums first, because a drum kit covers a lot of the frequency spectrum, starting for example from the lower frequency kick drum and floor tom, through to the more mid-range heavy snare drum, up to the cymbals. You can see there isn't much of the frequency spectrum that isn't covered by drums. But for this reason, that means it's really important to be aware of what else is going on in your mix, because as with anything, you can EQ it till it sounds great on its own, but then when you mix it with something else, it might not sound so good. So while we are going to look at some of the frequencies that can be useful for drum sounds specifically, we're also going to try and keep it a bit more general and look at techniques for determining the relevant frequencies as they relate to your specific mix. Sometimes it might be useful to use a spectral analyzer like the Ableton Spectrum we have here, but ultimately it's more beneficial to learn how to make the distinction by ear. I like to think of a mix as a bit like a jigsaw puzzle. Just like the pieces need to have matching shapes that fit together, sometimes it's a good idea to make sure that if a frequency is strong with one sound, then it's not so strong with another sound you're mixing it with, so that they slot together a bit better. So to look at an example, if we play a clip of a floor tom that we can see has a lot of energy in the lower frequency range, if we then wanted to mix it with an 808 bass drum, which also has a lot of energy in the bottom end, if I just solo that so we can hear it on its own, you can see, looking at the spectral analyzer, most of the energy for the kick drum is in that lower frequency range. So if we now mix them together, then we're probably going to have too much in those lower frequencies, and that can create all sorts of problems with our gain structure, reducing our available headroom and overwhelming other parts of the mix. So you probably want to decide which one you want to be most powerful in that frequency range. These frequencies below about 100 Hz are the sub-bass frequencies, and they tend to be more felt than heard. And often they come from the kick or the bass, and if both the kick and bass have a lot of energy there, then you probably don't want them to both play at the same time. And if you do want them to both play at the same time, then you should probably cut one of them. Too much sub-bass is really a bad thing. It can weaken your mix and it can also damage your equipment. So this is one area where it really helps to have good monitors, because you really don't want to go boosting sub-bass frequencies unless you're absolutely certain what's going on there. A subwoofer can really help here if your monitors don't adequately represent this range, especially if you're making electronic music for clubs. So in this example, as the 808 kick is pretty much made up of sub-bass frequencies, it doesn't have much else, we'll let that one take care of the sub-bass. So we'll cut some of the sub-bass frequencies from the tom. We can see there's a bit of a peak here around 65 Hz. So we can just go and use our EQ to cut at 65 Hz. So we could just choose the frequency and then reduce the gain using a parametric EQ, but I think in this case, as we've decided that we want the 808 kick to take care of the sub-bass frequencies, then we really don't need anything going on with the tom, so we can just use a high pass filter or low cut filter and just remove everything below that frequency. And that way we're just making sure that there's nothing below that range that we maybe can't hear that's eating up headroom. And remember that the cutoff is where it's 3 dB lower, but as the 808 kick has a lot of energy here, 3 dB might not be quite enough. So we might want to just pull the Q down a bit more, or even raise the frequency a little bit. And just by doing that, you can already hear that the bottom end is a lot clearer, it's much more clearly defined, and the 808 kick and the tom both have their own place in the frequency spectrum. And taking out those lower frequencies hasn't really affected the sound of the tom that much, because a lot of what gives the tom its character is in the upper harmonics above that range. So we could actually try boosting some of those upper harmonics to maybe bring out a bit more of that character. One way to maybe approach that is to take another parametric EQ, give it a quite high Q setting and then turn up the gain, and then just sweep through the frequencies until you find the harmonics or frequencies that you like. Or another way you could approach it is to target the harmonics specifically. If you've seen the Introduction to Frequencies tutorial, then you might remember that harmonics are whole number multiples of the fundamental. So 2 times, 3 times, 4 times the fundamental frequency, and as that first peak here was 65 Hz, then 2 times that is 130 Hz. So we can just take another EQ and set it to 130 Hz and try boosting that. And you can hear that brings out a little bit more of the ring of the tom. Basically what we've done is we've boosted an octave higher than that initial peak or fundamental. And then once we've found that frequency, we might want to pull the gain back a bit and maybe widen the bandwidth or Q a bit as well. By boosting this frequency for the tom, we might have made it sound a little bit more musical because we're directly manipulating the harmonics. So we could also try boosting 3 times the fundamental, which is 195 Hz. And that brings out a little bit more of that ring. And of course, if you want to, you could keep going and try boosting 4 times the fundamental or 260 Hz. Or we'll say 261 because that's middle C. But that might be going a little bit too far. You get the idea anyway. I might not bother with all of these. I might just maybe leave the first one and get rid of the other 2. But as we have boosted a frequency, then it might be an idea to check the kick and have a look at the same frequency, so 130. You can see there's not too much going on there. The level, as we can see here, is quite low, so it's not really going to interfere too much. As we've already seen, most of the energy is just in this sub-bass region, but we could still try cutting 130 Hz anyway, just to make sure we're not doubling up. So just using a parametric EQ, just cut the gain, reasonably narrow bandwidth. I might just solo that so we can hear it. We could even try a notch filter and just notch it out completely. And really you can hear it doesn't make a great deal of difference because there already wasn't much going on in that 130 Hz range, so it's probably not really that necessary in this case, but this is a good example of how to approach making sure that if you're mixing two sounds together, you're not doubling up and having too much energy at one particular frequency range. And as with any EQing, it's always a good idea to turn it off and on now and then just to compare the difference. But in this case, as it doesn't really make a great deal of difference, I'm just going to leave it off. So let's now try it with a real kick instead of the 808 kick. You can hear there's a lot less energy in the sub-bass region. If we have a look on the spectral analyzer, you can see there's still a bit here around the 65 Hz mark, but the bigger peak is over 100 Hz and the overall volume is much lower as well. So in this case, it might not be a bad idea to let the tom have a lot of those sub-bass frequencies back. So we can either just lower the frequency of the high pass filter or just turn it off completely. And now we'll let that tom have a lot of that boomy bottom end back. But I think in this case that kick isn't really powerful enough, so I think we could do with actually boosting it a little bit. And I might give it quite a wide bandwidth so that I'm boosting a wider range, and we'll boost it around that 65 to 70 Hz mark. You can hear that gives it a bit more of a thud, which it was missing before. And I also think we need to boost some of the higher frequencies a bit, around the 5 kHz mark, to bring out some of the beta hitting the skin, to give it a bit more clarity and make it come through a bit more. And because we're doing that, we might need to actually go to the tom and cut it at around 5K. And that 5 kHz range can actually have the effect of bringing any sound back in the mix, kind of buries it a little bit if you cut it. So that's a good frequency to remember. Around the 5 kHz mark is good for bringing things out in the mix or pulling them back into the background. And you can hear we don't want to pull it back too much because that'll make it sound dull, but just a little bit. You can hear that's brought the kick forward and it's brought the toms back. Okay, now let's move on to the snare. If we have a look at where the peaks are for the snare on the spectral analyzer, you can see there's quite a strong peak around the 230 Hz mark. Snares can generally get a lot of their fatness around this range, from anything down as far low as maybe 120 Hz up to about 240 Hz. That's where the snare can get a lot of its fatness or fullness. And you can hear if we boost it there, it makes it sound really punchy. And just as we saw with the kick and the toms, the 5 kHz range is somewhere to look. You can bring out a lot of that brightness and that snap. Just maybe keep it broad, a bit of a gentle boost. Of course, as with anything, it varies from snare to snare, depends on the particular sound you're using. So let's maybe add some more high and mid-range sounds to the mix from the 808. So at the moment we've got another snare sound and we've got a hi-hat sound, and we'll bring back our 808 kick while we're at it. So maybe if we solo the 808 snare, this isn't our main snare, we want it more in the background, so maybe we just cut a little bit at around 5 kHz, maybe not too much. And also we'll try cutting around that 220 Hz range where the other snare has a peak. And you can see, looking at the spectral analyzer, this snare has two peaks of its own and neither of them are around that 220 Hz range. So we're actually pretty safe. We can cut that 220 Hz range or even notch it out completely. Again, we may not need to, but it at least makes sure there's nothing clashing. Now maybe we'll listen to the hi-hat, which has a lot of higher frequencies in it. We could possibly try just cutting just a little bit at 5 kHz again, maybe just to avoid having too much in this region. And something I didn't do when I brought back the 808 kick is I didn't filter out the lower frequencies of the tom again. Could have another look at that 5 kHz range. Maybe we don't need to cut it. Or maybe it's not a bad idea to, it just keeps it back in the background just a little bit. So now we bring in a clap sound on the 808. That's a much more mid-range heavy sound. Just want to make sure I'm not competing with that main snare around the 220 range. In fact, really, we don't need anything below maybe around 600 Hertz. All of that sound from the clap is here above that range. In fact, most of it's around the 1K and up range. Same goes for the hi-hat. Most of the hi-hat's energy is in the upper frequencies. I found something slightly irritating in this hi-hat, a little bit grating up here around this 12.4 kHz range. So I'm just going to set a really sharp, narrow bandwidth and just cut that. You can hear it, it's not missed, it just removes some of the harshness. And if I stuck a high-pass filter on here, you can see that we don't miss anything really below maybe 2.5K. You can get rid of everything, but it doesn't really make any difference. So every time you use an EQ, it uses a little bit of CPU, not much, but maybe no need to turn that on if we don't need it. But most of what's going on with the hi-hats is in these higher frequencies. And the same goes for cymbals. With ride cymbals, anything above the 15 kHz range is where it gets that sort of sparkle or brilliance. So you could try just boosting a little bit there if you need a bit of brightness. And they can also get a little bit of harshness at around the 10 kHz range. You see if we boost that, that makes it sound quite harsh. So just cut it a little bit there and then boost above 15K. Gives it some air. And again, we don't really need much below this sort of range, but you can hear a lot of that ringing sound or the clang of the ride is around that 300 Hertz level. So we probably don't want to cut any higher than that. Okay, we'll leave it there. Thanks for watching. See you next time. In this tutorial we're going to look at EQ for guitar. We're going to have a look at acoustic and electric guitar, and a lot of what we'll look at will be able to apply to either. As I've made pretty clear so far throughout the chapter, a lot of this stuff really depends on the material you're working on and what you've got going on in your mix. So there aren't really any hard and fast rules that will apply to everything. But we will look at some of the common problem frequency ranges that can have specific effects when EQing a guitar. A common beginner mistake can be to just jump in and start messing with the EQ even when it might not be needed. But really, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. A lot of the time you may not need to EQ, or at least not much. So really, first and foremost, what you want to do is just listen and try and identify areas that are problematic, and then think about how you can use EQ to fix them. Firstly, work out why you want to EQ the guitar. Is it to fix problems? Is it to make it sound better? Or is it to mix it with other sounds? This will decide the best way to approach it. If you're wanting to correct problems, then you'll probably want to go for very specific, narrow frequency bands, and then you'll probably want to cut them. But if you're wanting to make it fit with other instruments, then you might want to cut or boost, but it will be completely dependent on those other sounds, so you won't be able to EQ it alone. And you should also remember that while something might sound good on its own, it might not necessarily translate well when you mix it with something else. As I've already mentioned a few times in this chapter so far, sounds and instruments work better in a mix if they have their own space in the frequency spectrum. So it's generally an idea to work out where you want each sound or instrument to sit in the mix. The fundamentals of the open strings of a guitar tuned normally go from 82 Hz at the bottom up to 1.3 kHz on the top string, all the way up to about 3 kHz at the highest frets of the top string. You will get upper harmonics above this 3 kHz range, but the chances are most of the time any of the recordings that you're likely to be working on will probably be within this range under 3 kHz. So the guitar is mainly an instrument that sits in the mid-range and lower mid-range frequencies. And quite a few instruments inhabit these ranges, so as I've said earlier, you always need to be aware of what else is going on in the mix. If you're working with an acoustic guitar, then you may not be mixing it with much, maybe even just vocals. So you may want to keep it sounding quite full and natural, but even if you do, there are some important factors you might need to consider. Namely, the mic used to record, the position of the mic, the resonance of the sound box, the room, the type of strings, and so on, can all influence the sound of the recording so that it might not sound how you intend it. For example, here we have 3 different recordings of the same guitar recorded at the same time, but through different mics in different positions. So you can hear they all sound quite different. So one possible use for EQ can be to try and make up for these differences. But for now we're just going to focus on the first one. Around the 100 Hz range can make it sound quite full, but it can also make it sound quite boomy. So maybe we'll start off by boosting it a bit and see if it makes it more full or if it starts to bring out some boominess. And you can definitely hear that's getting quite boomy now. If we boost it right up and sweep through, then you can see that exposes quite a lot of boomy sounds that we probably don't want in that range. So maybe if we just narrow the bandwidth and then cut it a bit, then that allows us to quite specifically cut out those frequencies. We may not need to cut it much. After all, we didn't really start bringing them out until we boosted it by quite a bit, but cutting it by just a little bit might help a bit. And I think that does sound a little bit better. It's slightly less boomy. Going up the next couple of octaves to 200, 300, 400 Hz. Remember, an octave higher is basically double the frequency. So this range from 200 to 400 Hz can add a bit of body to the sound, but it can also be an area that makes it sound quite muddy and reduces the clarity of the sound. So you can try boosting it here to add a bit of body, or cutting it if it's already a bit muddy. So you can hear as we're sweeping through, we might be bringing out a bit of the body of the sound, but it is sacrificing some of the clarity and making it sound a bit muddy. So if you find it does sound a bit muddy, then you can just try cutting it at this range instead. And of course, how far either way it will go really depends on your recording. This particular recording might not really need anything doing here at all. And something else that might be worth thinking about here is that sometimes cutting certain frequencies can have the same effect as boosting other frequencies. Because by removing certain frequencies, all you're then left with is the frequencies you do want. So for example, if you want that body or fullness around that 200 to 400 Hz range, then you might be better to just leave it as it is, and then maybe try cutting around the 5 kHz range. So you can hear that takes away some of the brightness, but it also has the effect of making it sound a bit warmer or fuller, because basically what we're left with is these frequencies here. And of course, once you've then found the frequencies, you can make the bandwidth a bit narrower and pull the gain up a bit so that it's less extreme. And it can work the other way around as well. If you cut around the 250 Hz mark, then that can be similar to boosting some of the higher frequencies, and it can also make it stand out a little bit more. You can hear now that's left a bit more room for these upper frequencies here. It can be better to cut rather than boost for a few reasons. Firstly, boosting adds a bit of phase shift or coloration to the sound. So particularly if you're using EQ correctively, you may not want that. But also by cutting, we're actually reducing the volume a little bit. So that can actually give us more headroom so that we can turn the overall volume up for that track, which would be basically like boosting the other frequencies either side that we didn't cut. So that's basically why cutting an area can sometimes have the same effect as boosting another area. If you find your recording has a bit of a boxy or honky sound to it, then you can try cutting it between 500 and 800 Hz. This recording didn't really have a problem there, but when I boost it you can hear what I mean. You might find this more relevant to electric guitar. Remember, the chords being played, the tuning of the guitar, whether a capo's being used, or whether it's rhythm or lead guitar, will all affect which frequencies are strongest. So again, none of these are hard and fast rules that can be applied without checking. You'll probably always need to sweep through and find the right frequencies, and ultimately just use your ears. But as a general rule, if you're just wanting it to sound better, then you can try cutting and sweeping through until you find the frequencies where it sounds better. While if you're just wanting to make it sound different and maybe stand out more, then you could try boosting and sweeping instead. A lot of the clarity of the guitar sound will come above the 2 kHz range, and you can try boosting these higher frequencies to bring out that clarity, and this might bring out some of the finger, fret and pick noises. Again, just try sweeping through, see what you like. I kind of think it sounds quite nice around this range, so you may want to boost more to hear exactly what it's doing, and then when you're sure of the frequencies then you bring it back down again. And you may not need to boost by very much. Around the 5 kHz range can be quite useful to pay attention to. Boosting at this range can add a bit of brightness and have the effect of bringing an instrument forward in the mix, but likewise if you cut at this range it can actually have the effect of bringing an instrument back in the mix, more into the background. So it can be a really useful way of creating a sense of space in your mix, and you may not need to turn it down that much. And of course, as we saw earlier, cutting at around 5 kHz can also bring out some of the lower frequencies and make it sound fuller. But as you can hear, it also sounds a bit duller. So this might be a good example of where, in order to make something sound good in a mix, it doesn't sound so good on its own. But you should always give priority to how it sounds in the mix, even if it sounds horrible on its own. And for this reason, if you do have a section where you want to drop down to just that instrument and you're worried it might not sound as good, then you might want to consider automating the EQ so that it changes just for that section. And in the same way, be really careful when using solo, because you might get it sounding really great on its own, but as soon as you put it into the mix it might not work anymore. It's also probably a good idea when using EQ to get in the habit of trying A-B comparisons. This EQ has these A-B switches here so that you can compare different states of the EQ, but it also has these in buttons so that you can turn each one off individually. Generally when doing A-B comparisons, it's an idea to let it play for a while, because music does change by its nature quite a lot. So you might not be able to get a really good feel for how much of a difference it makes unless you play it through for a bit longer. So don't just quickly flip between them and expect to be able to get an accurate picture. So a lot of what we've looked at so far will apply to electric guitar as well. You can go through and check some of the key frequency ranges that we've looked at and try cutting or boosting and sweeping through the different frequencies. But the chances are an electric guitar will be mixed with a lot more, such as bass and drums for example. So if you have strong bassy sounds in your mix, like bass guitar or kick drum or even synthesizer, then you might want to try cutting some of the lower frequencies of the guitar, so that they'll fit together better. Now you could just try using a parametric EQ and cutting some specific frequencies, but I'd probably be more inclined to try a low cut or high pass filter and just get rid of everything below a certain frequency. And we can actually get away with getting rid of quite a lot of the bottom end because it's not really that necessary for the sound. A lot of the frequencies that we're hearing for this guitar sound are actually above that frequency range in this region here. And so cutting out a lot of those lower frequencies will help it to sit with the bass sounds better. But really, as I said before, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Sometimes you don't really need to do anything. I actually quite like the sound of this guitar. A well-recorded electric guitar has the sound from the amp and from the speaker cabinet as well as the guitar itself. And by EQing and changing the sound, you can end up taking away a lot of that character. So in that sort of situation, I'd probably just rather only EQ as much as I have to make it fit with the other instruments. So that might mean taking out some of the bottom end to fit with the bass, as we just saw, or maybe boosting some of the higher frequencies just to bring it out a bit more. Or you may need to just correct any problem frequencies that might be there. Same goes in the case of this distorted rock guitar. I actually quite like the sound that it already has. It gets a lot of character from the amp and cab, so I really want to be careful not to take too much of that away. Same as the last one, we might want to take a little bit out of the bottom end just to make it fit better with the bass sounds. And again, you can see we can get rid of quite a lot here without it being really noticed. In fact, that may mean we don't even need to take any out really, but it just might make doubly sure there's no frequencies down there competing for headroom. But most of the relevant frequencies are above this range here. But with distorted guitars, you may need to pay a bit of attention to the mid-range and upper mid-range, because distortion and overdrive tend to bring out a lot more of those frequencies and accentuate them a bit more. And those are the frequencies that the ear is most sensitive to, so it could get quite tiring on the ear after a while. So again, you might want to just sweep through and find the frequencies first that you want to cut. So you might want to start off by boosting and sweeping through with a medium-sized bandwidth until you find the frequencies that you want to get rid of and then cut. So with distorted guitar, sometimes it's good to look in the 1 kHz to 2.5 kHz range. Somewhere in between there, you can often find frequencies that might be a bit harsh. And you can just try cutting and sweeping through until it sounds better, or if there are some very specific harsh frequencies that you want to notch out, then you're probably better off boosting first so that you can find them and then cutting. Then you could maybe try going a bit higher and giving a bit of a wide boost to some of those higher frequencies to bring out some of the brightness or air. But really try it in the mix, see how it goes. As I said, I'd try and get away with as little as possible with this guitar. And with some really distorted metal guitar type sounds, you might want to try the same principles again, going through the same frequency ranges we've looked at, giving them some attention, see if they need adjusting. Maybe take out some of the bottom end again to make it fit better with the bass and drums. But this sort of sound has even more energy in the mid to upper mid range, so you might want to give it some attention there. Take the same approach again, sweep through by boosting and find those harshest frequencies, then notch them out. In fact, I've found that with these type of metal guitars, it can really improve the sound a lot to cut quite a bit out around the 2.5 kHz range. This can remove a lot of that harshness and also make it sound a lot fuller and meatier. So make the bandwidth quite narrow so that you're not cutting too much out, and let's have a listen. Maybe we don't want to cut it by quite that much. But you can hear, even though we've cut a lot of the low end out, it still sounds quite full in the lower frequencies, and that takes away a lot of that harshness. And then if you wanted to, you could just try boosting a little bit higher up, just to bring back some of that clarity. But I'd be a little bit wary of doing that because it also might bring back some of the harshness that makes it a bit tiring on the ears. So as always, try it in the mix, see how it sounds. Okay, we're going to leave it there. Thanks for watching. See you next time. In this tutorial we're going to look at EQing bass guitar. Bass can be quite a hard instrument to give general tips for because there are a lot of things that can change the sound, such as the character of the bass itself, the pickups, the amp, where the mics are placed, even how the bass is played, such as with a pick or fingers or slap, the style of music as well. And it really depends a lot on the other instruments it's being mixed with. And as a very general rule, bass that sounds good soloed is often probably not EQ'd well to sit in a mix, so try and avoid the temptation to spend too much time EQing the bass to sound great on its own, and always try to listen to it in the context of how it will end up. So with that in mind, in this tutorial we're not going to focus too much on getting the perfect bass sound. Instead we're going to look at some of the key frequency ranges to look at first when EQing any bass guitar sound. So to start with, let's look at the basics. The fundamentals on a bass guitar can go as low as 31 Hz on a 5-string bass, on the open B string, or 41 Hz on a standard 4-string bass, while the highest string is tuned to 392 Hz open and goes up to around 800 Hz at the higher frets. Some of the upper harmonics will go above this range, but a lot of the time on a bass guitar, the higher frets don't really tend to get used too much, so it's probably pretty safe to assume that most of the energy will be in this region below 800 Hz to 1 kHz. That doesn't mean anything above this range won't make a difference. Some of the clarity and attack sounds and noises will be in higher frequencies, just that the majority of the energy will be in this region. Guitars and other mid-range heavy instruments, such as piano and vocals, can also have a lot of energy in this region, so if you have any of these instruments in your mix, then you'll need to be aware of the effect they have on each other. It's also worth noting that the fundamental and second harmonics on both guitars and bass have almost the same amount of energy, so it's not always necessary to hear them both, so sometimes you could cut one and leave the other, or maybe even boost the other a little. For example, if we know that the fundamental for an open E string on a bass is 41 Hz, then the second harmonic is twice that, or 82 Hz. So we could cut the sub-bass frequencies and thus remove the energy from the fundamental at 41 Hz. Then the second harmonic at 82 Hz can carry it, and you may not even really notice the difference. This then frees up the sub-bass region for another sound, probably the kick drum. In fact, this is one of the things you'll probably want to work out first with bass, how you want it to interact with the drums, and what kind of drum sounds you'll be mixing it with. This will have a lot to do with how you EQ a bass, because in all likelihood there probably won't be too many occasions when you want to mix a song with a bass but no drums. So what kind of kick drum is in your mix? Is it a sharp punchy kick with not so much in the really low end? If so, then the bass can afford to be strong and carry a lot of the power in the bottom end. But if the kick is a really deep kick with lots of sub-bass energy, say an electronic sound like a 909 or 808, then there'll be a lot going on in the bottom end, so you probably don't want the bass to be as strong, otherwise they'll compete and clash, and actually take power away from the bottom end and make it muddy and unclear. So when EQing the lower frequencies of the bass, you'll almost always need to check it against the drums. But it also depends how the bass has been recorded. If you've mic'd a bass amp, then where you place the mic will make a difference to how it sounds. A close mic will tend to be more bassy than a more distant room mic. And a direct input bass, plugged straight into your mixer with a DI box or into a sound card, might have a bit less character to it as there'll be no influence from an amp, cab or mic. Another thing to consider is how do you want to use these recordings? Do you want to combine two different recordings together, or do you want to use them alone? For example, it's quite common to mix a mic'd bass with a DI bass, as the DI bass can provide fullness while the mic'd bass adds some character. All of these factors will affect how you need to approach EQ for bass guitar. So as the most common focus when EQing a bass will probably be on mixing it with the kick, let's have a look there. If the bass sounds quite boomy, or if you're mixing it with a kick drum that has a lot of sub-bass energy, such as an 808 or 909, then you can cut the frequency somewhere a bit below 70 to 80 Hz. And you can try boosting with a parametric EQ and then sweeping through to find the frequencies you want to cut. Remember, if you are boosting in this sub-bass region, be really careful because you can damage equipment. As you can see, I've got that over there when I boosted it. But as I said earlier, as the second harmonic for a bass guitar has almost as much energy as the fundamental, you can probably afford to cut a bit in this region. So I think a high-pass filter that cuts off some of these sub-bass frequencies is probably not a bad idea with a bass guitar anyway, because a lot of the time you probably don't really need them. Instead, you might want the bass to have more energy around the region of the second harmonics of the lower notes, so maybe between 80 and 120 Hz, probably centered around 100 Hz. Remember, the frequency on a parametric EQ is the center of a range of frequencies. A quite useful tip when working with bass guitar is to work on the ratio between the bass frequencies and the low bass frequencies. So in other words, if you're going to cut one, then boost the other and vice versa. In particular, the ranges I'm talking about are this 80 to 120 Hz range that we've been looking at, and the 120 to 250 Hz range. If we boost this 100 Hz region, then that will give the bottom end some power. And then if we cut in the next range, maybe centered around the 140, 150 Hz mark, then that could help to reduce a bit of the muddiness and give it a bit more clarity. So maybe if we give it a fairly narrow bandwidth so that it's not interfering with the other range too much. So let's have a listen. You can hear that just holds together a lot better. There's no sub-bass frequencies using up headroom. All the power's coming from those second harmonics in the 100 Hz range. Maybe try making the bandwidth even narrower. Might just make it a little bit tighter. You could also try this the other way around and boost the upper region and cut the lower region. It really depends on what your recording needs. If it needs a bit of warmth, then you can try boosting this range. If it's a bit muddy, then you can try cutting this range. Another frequency range worth paying attention to is the next octave up, 800 Hz to 1 kHz, around this region here. This is where you can find a lot of the clarity of the attack, and if you're having trouble getting your bass to cut through, then this is a good region to try boosting. And if you're mixing with the guitar, you can even try cutting the guitar in this region, and you may not even need to boost the bass here, that just might help it cut through a bit more. As always, it's a starting point. You can just boost and sweep around until you find the area that works. And again, you can boost it a lot at first, work out where the frequencies are, then you can pull it back once you've found them. You could also try boosting some of the higher frequencies to bring out some of the higher part of the attack, starting maybe at around 1.6 kHz or 1600 Hz, up to the 2 kHz range, as this is basically the next octave up from the 800 to 1 kHz range. So again, you might want to just boost and sweep through until you find the frequencies you want. I might just turn off the mid-range frequencies here for the moment so we can hear it a bit better. Now you might notice that's bringing out a little bit of that clickiness from the fingers on the strings, and you might not actually want that to cut through. That could be a bit irritating. So you may even want to actually cut a little bit at this range. So set a quite narrow bandwidth so that you're notching out a specific frequency and not taking too much of the general brightness away. And then if we've boosted that 1 kHz range, then that can bring out the clarity, and that notch can take away some of that clicky finger noise. And as always, try it in the mix. Don't rely on how it sounds on its own. If the bass was played with fingers and not with a pick, then sometimes you might have a bit of trouble getting it to cut through in the mix. So if that's the case, then one area that might be worth looking at is in the 250 to 500 Hz octave, starting off centered around the 400 Hz range. Boosting around this region could help to bring it out a bit more, or you could even try cutting some of the other instruments that are strong in this region, such as guitar, and that might help bring it out as well. Of course, there's not a lot of point really listening to this on its own because this is about mixing it with other sounds, but you can at least hear how it sounds when it's boosted in that range. And really, it's probably quite a good idea to get used to the different sounds of the different frequencies anyway. If the bass was played with a pick, then you'll probably have less trouble getting it to cut through, but that's not always the case. In actual fact, you could get problems anywhere in the frequency spectrum, so it may take some trial and error. As usual, try boosting and sweeping until you find the point where it cuts through more. But you can hear some of the pick attack sounds can be boosted around this 1 kHz mark. Just as before, we can try boosting at 100 Hz and cutting at about 140 Hz just to make the bottom end that bit tighter. And again, you can boost the 3 to 4 kHz range to bring out some of the higher attack and brightness. As always, your mileage may vary. And just like before, sometimes some of the harsher, higher frequencies can be around this range, so you may even want to cut it there. And also like before, if you are going to cut it up there, you might want to bring back some of the clarity in the 1K range. With slap bass, there will be a lot more going on in the attack and pop sounds in the upper regions, so you'll probably want this to come out. But at the same time, it may already have a lot of energy there, sometimes even too much. Remember, a lot of amps and speakers often take away a lot of the higher frequencies, so this might be one example of where it could be an idea to try mixing it with a DI. Let's just have a listen to these 3 different examples. The first one's a speaker cabinet recorded with a room mic. So you can hear that's reasonably bright, maybe not as full in the bottom end. The next one, a speaker cab recorded with a close mic. That's a little fuller in the bottom end, but maybe a bit duller, not as bright or clear. And this one's recorded by direct input, or DI. And so you can hear, it might not have as much character as the other sounds, but it's got slightly more definition in the higher frequencies. And this is because amps and speakers tend to reduce a lot of the higher frequencies. There'll still be plenty of mids, just not so much in those higher frequencies that give it more definition and brightness. So if you're planning to use a DI bass on its own, you might want to roll off some of those higher frequencies, maybe use a low pass filter. Personally, I wouldn't use a DI bass on its own, unless it was going to go through an amp simulator, either a software one or a hardware one. Personally, I think a DI bass is more useful for mixing with a mic'd cab recording as well, so that you have both of them together. That way you get the character of the amp and speakers, but the fullness and the definition of the DI bass. So for now, let's just look at one of the mic'd recordings and look at some of the general frequencies that you might look at with a slap bass. So with a slap bass, a lot of the prominent frequencies are in the mid-range and upper mid-range, up around here. And as you can hear, it's already very bright and clear and cutting through. If anything, it might be a bit too bright and a little bit harsh on the ears. So you might want to actually look in this 3 to 4 kilohertz range. Boost it first to find the really irritating frequencies. You can hear that's getting really quite harsh. Then once you've found them, you can cut them. And as you can hear, that's taken away a lot of the brightness now as well. So if you do find that by trying to cut out some of those harsh frequencies that you also end up taking away some of the brightness and it makes it sound a bit dull, then you could maybe try boosting around the 2.5 kilohertz range, and that will bring out some of the snap and pop. Sadly, Crackle couldn't make it. And again, boost it higher first, then bring it down when you've found the frequency. So you can hear that's not sounding too bad. It's taken away a bit of the harshness but kept some of the brightness and clarity. And you can try the same thing with the bass as we did in the last examples, maybe boosting around the 100 Hz range and then cutting somewhere in the next octave, maybe around 140 Hz. But you can hear in this example, what it does is actually brings out some of that more percussive sound, so it almost sounds a bit like a drum. So maybe you want to play around with those frequencies a little bit. So it might be worth bearing in mind that where I've got that lower frequency set to at the moment, around the 82 Hz mark, is around where the second harmonic is for an open E string, and this particular bass line has open E in it. Maybe I'll just widen that bandwidth a little bit so that it's more of a general boost. Some of that funky sound that you might associate with a slap bass sound can be found around the 500 to 800 Hz mark. So you could try giving it a little bit of a boost there, just to bring some of that out a bit more. And of course, remember to always try it in the mix. Okay, well that's it. Thanks for watching. See you next time. In this tutorial, we're going to have a look at EQ on vocals. Most of what we're going to look at is quite general and can apply to any vocal, so we'll just focus on the one vocal recording here. The reason being, as we've seen with most instruments so far, there are a lot of variables. The type of mic, the type of singer, how it's recorded, how close they are to the mic, and the instruments it's being mixed with. There's so many different variables that it's really hard to be very specific about how to approach this. So as with any of these videos in this series, treat this more as a general guide on where to start when EQing rather than a set of specific frequencies that will always have a predictable result, because that just won't happen. So first of all, it helps to know that the human voice generally goes from around 80 Hz, the lowest point, occasionally it could maybe go a little lower than that, up to around 3.5 kHz, 3500 Hz. But most of the time, most of the energy will be under 1 kHz or 1000 Hz down to around 100 Hz. And of course this will always vary depending on the vocalist and so on, but this is the general region where you'll find most of the energy. You will find some upper harmonics above this range, but on the whole, this higher range above the 3.5 kHz mark is where you'll find a lot of the kind of higher consonant sounds like S's, T's and so on. And it will also be where you get a lot of sibilants, which are those kind of S sounds that cut through, which sometimes can be a problem and you might need to cut. And it's also a region where you can get a lot of presence and clarity. But as for the power and impact of the vocals, most of that will be between this range here, and that will tend to be more the vowel sounds. And that's where you'll get a lot of that power and impact from. Below that 100 Hz region is where you might find some of those percussive, plosive sounds that you might get from the letter P if the vocalist is too close to the mic. So to look at an example, this clip here has a bit of a plosive sound around this area here.
The price that you pay.
I'm just going to turn off some of these other EQs to avoid confusion first. And so if we boost in this lower region and sweep through, and you can hear that accentuates it a bit when I boost it around here. Let me just make the loop a bit smaller. So you'll find it around there. And so you can cut that out, and I'm going to use a high pass filter. You could just cut with a parametric EQ, but as we'll see in a moment, this 100 Hz region can be an area where there's a bit of fullness to a vocal sound, so we might not want to necessarily cut it. So if you do have any plosive sounds, then it might actually be an idea just to cut it only where it occurs. And you could do that either with automation, or you could create a copy on another track with a different EQ that only cuts those frequencies. There's a few ways to approach it, but we're not going to look into that now. But I find a lot of the time with vocals, you often don't actually need anything below that 100 Hz region. So I often just stick a high pass filter on and cut below that range. So let's hear how that sounds.
Her love is so heavy, the price that you pay.
So you'll notice it doesn't really make that much of a difference. It's not really missed, even if we cut as high as 100 Hz.
That's the price that you pay.
And it can remove some of that plosive sound. And it just makes sure that later on, if we go to compress it, then it doesn't bring out any noise or low-end rumble that might be down there in this region. Generally speaking, you don't really need a lot in that region with a lot of vocals. Of course it depends. If you've got a really bassy vocalist, then you might do. But just to give you an idea, if we have a look at the spectral analyzer and play through that vocal, you can see the fundamental here is around the 300 Hz range. For some of the notes it's higher, for some of the notes it's lower, but none of them really go below about 250 Hz, so there really isn't a lot going on down in that lower region. So you can imagine anything below that 100 Hz region is probably not really needed. As always, it depends on the vocal, and a lot of the time I probably wouldn't cut much higher than that, but in the case of this vocal it might not be a problem. The notes are all quite high, as we saw above 250 Hz. But moving above that 100 Hz range to about 120 Hz, maybe up to around 250, 300 Hz, that range can give a lot of fullness to vocals, so you can actually boost around there and give the vocal a lot more body and make it sound a bit fatter. So let's just have a listen.
See how they run.
And you can give it a quite broad bandwidth and still use the high pass filter as well. And you can hear that makes it sound a lot fuller. But also, as we've seen in the past in the other tutorials, be wary with that range because that can also cause muddiness. So you have to be really aware of what else is going on in the mix. If you've got a guitar or piano sound that can also have a lot in that range, then you might start to find that you lose a lot of clarity and it starts to get a bit muddy. So you may not want to boost quite that much, but that is an area to look if your vocal is sounding quite thin with not enough body. Some of the other main frequencies to look at with vocals in this higher region here will need quite a bit of experimentation, really above the 2 kHz or even 1 kHz range. This is where you'll tend to find the consonant sounds and the brightness and clarity of the vocal, and of course it really does vary a lot for each recording. But if you do, for example, boost around the 2 kHz range with a fairly wide boost, that can sometimes bring out a bit of clarity. With a fairly wide bandwidth, that can bring the vocal closer to the listener a bit more.
How they run.
Because these frequencies are what give it its intelligibility. The consonants are really what will help us to understand the words that are being said. The vowel sounds in this region might be the more musical part of it, where the notes come from and the power and the impact, but these higher frequencies are where the clarity comes from. But as you may have also noticed, boosting in this region can also bring out some of the harshness. This will actually depend a lot on your microphone and the way it was recorded. Of course, the singer makes a difference as well, but some microphones bring out some frequencies more than others. So, as I say, this area will need a lot of experimentation. As always, you can try boosting and then sweeping through the frequencies until you find the ones that you like or don't like. And then you can either reduce the gain so that you're only boosting it a little, or you can cut it if it needs cutting.
See how they run.
You can hear around the 5 kHz range gives it a bit more presence or clarity. Maybe I'll try a little bit of a narrower boost there.
The price that you pay.
But you'll also notice it's bringing out those S sounds a bit more and starting to saturate a bit and cut through a bit too much. That's called sibilance, and that's something we definitely don't want to accentuate. So as always, the best way to cut out a frequency is to boost a bit first until you really find exactly where it is and then cut it out. So it's starting to sound quite strong around this 6 kHz range. So we might want to move on to this EQ, because on the Sonox EQ, this one only goes up to 6000 Hz. Each one has its own range. And then we'll do the same thing and sweep through some of these higher frequencies. So a lot of the time you will find that sibilance between the 6 to 8 kHz range, sometimes a little lower, sometimes a little higher. If you find you're having a problem with sibilance, you might want to boost until you find where it's worst, and then you can cut. And maybe when you're cutting, use a little bit of a narrower bandwidth, so you're not cutting too much. And you can hear that's taken a lot of it away now. We don't want to take too much though, because it also makes it sound a little dull. It takes away some of that presence. In fact, we could even try boosting a little around the 5 kHz, not much, not too much. And that can maybe bring back some of that presence that's lost by cutting out the sibilance. Now sibilance you can do with EQ, but as we can see here, by doing it with EQ you're also risking taking away some of that clarity. So a common way of dealing with sibilance is to use a de-esser, which is basically a way of using compression to reduce it. And the main benefit of doing it that way is that it will only kick in when the S's actually happen and not take out those frequencies all the time. So EQ is probably not always the best way of dealing with sibilance, but you can do it. But if we have cut in this region and lost a bit of that presence, another thing to look at doing is to maybe use a gentle shelving EQ to boost some of these higher frequencies above the 10 kHz range. And that can also add a bit of presence and air to the vocal. And in these higher regions there really isn't a lot going on, there aren't too many harmonics up here. It tends to be a bit more of a subliminal effect.
See how they run.
It can just add a little bit of shine or brilliance to the recording. But again, as with everything, it really depends on your recording and what you're mixing it with, so you may not even really notice it here. Okay, well that's it. Thanks for watching. See you next time. In this chapter, we're going to look at some of the plugins we can use to help control dynamics, mainly compressors and limiters. Dynamics are the differences in amplitude or loudness in an audio signal, and the ratio between the loudest and the softest point is called the dynamic range. When you look at a waveform, amplitude is represented vertically with these jagged lines. This line going along the centre represents silence, Anything above it are positive values and anything below it are negative values. And the points furthest away from the line on either side are the peaks. It might help to imagine these lines as representing air vibrations. If you think of a paper fan, as you wave it towards you, it pushes the air towards you, and then as you pull it back, it pulls the air back. This is basically how sound vibrations work, and in fact this is more or less exactly what happens with a speaker. The positive values that go above the line are when the speaker cone moves forward, and the negative values when it moves backwards. And then these fluctuations in air pressure are what the eardrum detects. And the harder the air is pushed, the louder the sound will be, so these peaks will be the loudest point. Dynamics are really important in music because it's where a lot of the feeling and depth comes from. And a lot of songs that you listen to might, or at least probably should, have a lot of variation in their dynamic range. But in music production you also probably need to think about it on a track by track basis so that each sound in your mix is heard throughout the production. To give an example, if a vocalist is singing loudly and then you set the level for that, then they start to sing more quietly, it might start to get lost in the mix. And the same goes the other way around. If you set the level for the quiet notes, then the loud notes will clip. So we use compression and limiting, or dynamics processing, to even out the signal and make it so that it's not so extreme. So let's have a listen to an example. Starting off with a quieter vocal. If you look at the meter to the right, you can see it's fairly low on the meter. And then it jumps all the way up. So you can imagine it's quite hard to get levels right when there's so much variation in the volume. But before we go into the specifics of dynamics processes, it might be an idea to have a look at some of the theory behind what we'll be looking at, such as amplitude and its system of measurement, the decibel, and amplitude envelopes, which refer to the changes in amplitude over time. Amplitude is a quite complex thing to measure because it depends on a lot of variable factors. The decibel isn't a common system of measurement like meters or inches, where it's referring to a definite value. Decibels are a ratio, so the measurement is actually in comparison to another value, which has to be specified. This is why you'll find a number of different types of decibel measurements out there, such as dBV, dBSPL, and dBFS. dBSPL stands for sound pressure level, and that's the one that's used to measure the loudness of sound in a real-world environment. So you might come across that one when they talk about how loud a club is, or a workplace health and safety notice in a factory or something like that. And SPL uses the average minimum threshold of human hearing as its reference point. So in other words, a measurement of 3 dB SPL means 3 dB louder than the quietest sound the average human ear can hear. But when working with a DAW, you can't measure in SPL because how loud the sound pressure level will be for you listening to your speakers will depend on how loud the speakers are turned up, how close you're sitting to them, what kind of objects you have in your room that absorb the sound, and so on. So with the DAW we need a different reference point. So here we use dBFS, which stands for full scale digital, and basically it works the other way around. Instead of comparing to the minimum threshold of human hearing, we're comparing it to the maximum level that it can go without clipping. This means that the loudest signal is actually 0 dB and everything else is a negative. Now here's where it starts to get a bit complicated, and we're not going to go too deep here. But on a DAW's mixer you can actually go above 0 dB without clipping. It's really just the master channel that has to stay below 0 dB because that's the last point where the signal is passed to external hardware such as your amp and speakers, so you can actually damage equipment if you send anything above 0 dB there. So let's have a look at an example. So you can see as we move above 0 on the track, it just starts to turn orange to tell us it's going over 0. But if we turn it up on the master, as soon as it hits that clip point it turns red to tell us that it's clipped. But really, even though it is possible to go above 0 on the tracks, personally I think it's good practice to always try and keep below that 0 point. It just helps you manage your gain structure better, and having that reference point to work to can help you orientate yourself better so that you always know where you're aiming for. But the main point here is that on the track you do have that little bit of leeway, but on the master channel you don't. You really cannot afford to go over 0. And also the same applies with recording. If you go above 0 when recording, then you will clip and you'll lose anything that goes over 0. Let's have a very quick look at an example, just to demonstrate what clipping really means. Now if I have a look at what I just recorded there and zoom right in, you can see at these points where it went over 0, it's just been cut off. We've lost everything above that point, and you can't get that back. So this is basically what DBFS or full-scale digital means. You basically just cannot go above that 0 point. So to avoid getting this kind of clipping, we can use a compressor, but the most common type of dynamics processor to deal with these very brief peaks that just nudge above 0 is a limiter. A limiter is a lot like a compressor, it's just a lot more aggressive, and its main purpose is for catching those peaks that go above 0. So a lot of the time you'll find it on the master track. In order to prevent the master from clipping, you can use a limiter on any track if you want to, but a lot of the time you might have a compressor on individual tracks, and so you may not need a limiter because you're controlling the level with the compressor. So if we look at this same example with a limiter on the master track, then you can see we're going above 0 here, but the limiter is making sure that the master track doesn't go above 0. Then if we turn off the limiter and try that again, then you'll see as soon as we go above 0 on this track, then we can see on the master track it clips and turns red. Another really important thing to understand with dynamics is that loudness and gain are not the same thing. You can't always judge loudness by looking at a waveform or meter. The ear is sensitive to some frequencies more than others, while the meters on a DAW will reflect all frequencies the same. To give an example, if I play a sine wave at around 20 Hz, which is about the lowest threshold of human hearing, then you'll see it shows up on the meter, and we can see it on the spectral analyzer here. There's a peak here at around 20 Hz, so we know it's there, but we can barely hear it at all. So looking at the meter, it's showing up at about -6 dB. But if I then go and play a sine wave at a higher pitch, when we look at the meter, it's at exactly the same place, -6 dB, but we can actually hear it this time. But then if we go even higher, it's still at -6 dB, but because it's a frequency that the ear is particularly sensitive to, it sounds even louder. Another really important thing to know about when working with dynamics is how the amplitude changes over time. And these changes are referred to as the amplitude envelope. And there's 4 main terms that are used to refer to different stages of that envelope, and they are attack, decay, sustain, and release. Now to give a bit of an illustration of the concept of an amplitude envelope, we'll have a look at how it works on a synthesizer, and then we'll have a look at how that translates to an audio waveform. So if we just play a note on this synthesizer here, the attack is how long it takes to get from silence up to the maximum volume. So this line here represents the attack, and you can see underneath it tells us the amount in milliseconds, so that's the amount of time it takes to get from silence to the maximum volume. So at the moment that's about 41 milliseconds. So we can either have a very short, sharp attack, or we can have a long, gradual fade in. Next we have decay, which is also measured in time, and that refers to the time it takes to decay down to the sustain level. So we'll look at decay and sustain at the same time. So decay is a time measured in milliseconds, and sustain is a level measured in dB. So decay is kind of like a fade out, and sustain is the level it fades out to. So basically how much it fades out really depends on where the sustain level is set to. So if the sustain is set to -infinity dB, or the minimum level, then it will fade out completely. Or if we set the sustain level to the maximum, then we'll just get one long sustaining note. And in that case the decay won't really have an effect. So in that case the release handles the fade out. The release is the fade out from the sustain level to silence. And this is also a time measured in milliseconds. So in the case of a synthesizer, which is what we're looking at here, that will be how long it takes to fade to 0 after the note is released. So that's taking 5.38 seconds to fade out after the note is released. But if you have the sustain level somewhere down here in the middle, then you can hear what's happening. That's decaying down to that middle level, sustaining there for a bit, and then fading out when the note is released. So that's the entire envelope. We've got that attack, decay, sustain, and then release. And so how that translates to an audio waveform, if we have a look at this clip, the strongest beats that we can see the most are these 4 kick drums that you can hear quite strongly in the track. And if we just zoom in a bit, you can see their attack quite clearly there. It's a very short and sharp attack. It goes from 0 up to the maximum level very quickly. Then it's got a very quick decay as well that just decays down here just a little bit, and then it sustains along here for a bit longer. Of course, this is all over a very short period of time, as we can see down here. So it sustains along here, and then it releases down to the minimum level here. So that's more or less the equivalent with an audio waveform. And so the reason you need to know this when working with dynamics is dynamics processors like compressors and limiters react to the audio over time, and usually you'll have settings like attack and release which allow you to control how the compressor or limiter will respond to the audio. So it really helps if you first have an understanding of these amplitude envelopes and how audio changes over time, so that you can make the best use of compressors and limiters. Okay, well that's it. Thanks for watching. See you next time. In this tutorial, we're going to have a look at some of the main features you'll come across when using a compressor. A compressor is kind of like an automatic volume control. It works by reducing the amplitude of a signal that goes above a certain level or threshold, and we set that level by using the threshold control here. So for example, if we turn that down to say minus 20 dB, then anything that goes above minus 20 dB will be reduced in volume. And how much it's reduced in volume is set by the ratio control here. So to give an example, a setting of 2 here is a ratio of 2 to 1, which means that for every 2 dB that goes above this threshold here, only 1 dB will make it to the output. And this graph down at the bottom indicates visually what's going on. The output is represented vertically and the input is represented horizontally. So you can see the threshold represented here at minus 20 dB, and as soon as that's hit, then this angle indicates how much the level's being changed. So as we've got a ratio of 2 to 1, then for every 2 dB above minus 20, 1 dB is sent to the output, so that basically means the dynamic range is halved. So as the only part of the signal that is changing is whatever is above that threshold, then the dynamic range we're referring to is between the threshold and the 0 dB point, so minus 20, and half of that is 10, so that's why we can see here the output is now at minus 10. So to look at an example, let's take these two vocal clips. The first one's quite low in volume and the second one's quite a bit. Higher. Now I might set the threshold just a little bit lower, set it to minus 30, just for this example to make sure that we're catching it all. And let's just play it through once without the compressor to hear the difference. So keep an eye on this output meter here.
Sun is gonna shine.
So you can see there's quite a big difference between those two vocals. This first one sits down here quite low, and then when the second one comes in, it's all the way up here. So when we turn on the compressor, you can see it hasn't made a great deal of difference to the lower one because it's not really edging above that threshold much anyway. But on the second one it brings it down by quite a lot and reduces the difference between the two quite significantly. So we've reduced the level of this one here, but we haven't changed this one much at all because a lot of it sits below that threshold there. So we might want to increase the overall volume by turning this makeup gain knob up a bit. And so you'll see what we're actually doing there is we're increasing the volume of everything here below this threshold, and everything above the threshold is still being increased just by not as much because it's also being squashed. So let's just try listening to it again. And this time I'll set the ratio a bit higher so that it's being squashed even more. So you can see that's brought it down even more, so we can afford to turn that makeup gain knob up even more. Sun is gonna shine. So just by changing the threshold, ratio and makeup gain knobs, we've managed to even out the levels of those vocals by quite a lot. So the next most important controls on a compressor are the attack, release, and in some cases hold, although not all compressors have this. These controls determine how quickly the compressor starts or stops working after the threshold's been crossed in either direction. So the attack decides how quickly the compressor starts working after the signal goes above the threshold. So it's measured in milliseconds, and a short setting or a low value means that pretty much as soon as the threshold's crossed it'll start working, while a higher value will mean there'll be a slight delay before it starts working, which means the natural attack of the sound will be allowed through. So to have a look at an example, we're going to use a snare drum because that's a good example of attack. So I'll pull the threshold down a fair bit just to give it quite an extreme sound so we can really hear it. Now if I pull the attack down, you can hear the compression starts pretty much straight away. We're compressing the snare's attack as well. And that does a pretty good job of controlling the levels. It's bringing the level down quite a lot. But that also has the effect of removing a lot of the punch from the snare drum because the attack is where it gets a lot of that from. So you can hear as we've brought the attack up, the compression isn't starting as quickly and it's allowing a lot of the snare's natural attack through. But that also means the levels are a bit harder to control. So you might want a bit of a compromise somewhere in between that still allows some of the snare's natural attack through, but also catches some of those peaks because the attack is where you'll get a lot of those peaks from. And the release is more or less the opposite. It's basically how quickly the compressor stops working after the signal goes below the threshold. So it's how quickly it returns to normal. So the release can have quite a dramatic effect on the sound as well. A fast release setting means the compressor stops working really quickly, so it goes back to the natural sound. But if you turn it up the other way, you'll notice it compresses for longer, so it keeps the level down and sounding much more compressed. And the hold control holds the compressor for the amount of time you specify before passing it on to the release stage. So it just keeps the compressor going regardless of whether the signals cross the threshold or not. And you can see this meter indicating what it's doing. So it's possible to have a reasonably long hold and a very short release and create that kind of reverb pre-delay effect. So the hold is holding the compressor on, then passes it on to the release stage, which lets go of it really quickly. So these timing settings such as attack, release and hold play a big part in how natural it sounds. Just like with the snare, a lot of sounds get a lot of their natural sound from their attack, so to squash it by compression can sometimes make things sound unnatural. And the ear is actually less sensitive to shorter attack type sounds and more comfortable listening to longer constant sounds But there's a couple of different main ways that you might use compression. Firstly, you might use it just to even out levels, in which case you might want it to sound more natural and transparent so that the compression isn't obvious. And if that's the case, then you might want to go for longer attack and release times. But if you're wanting to use compression as more of an effect, to really influence the sound and change it creatively, then some of these shorter times might be suitable. We're going to have a bit more of a look at this in context throughout this chapter. Hi, welcome back. In this tutorial we're going to have a look at using compression on live drums. The main focus will be on kick drum, snare drum, toms and the full kit. Of course you can compress other drum sounds as well, but we're going to focus on those because they're probably likely to be the most common that you will want to compress. So just to quickly recap on what we looked at in the last tutorial on dynamics, in that tutorial we looked at amplitude envelopes and the different parts of the envelope, the attack, decay, sustain and release. And you can see if you look at this snare here, what we have is a very fast attack, followed by a quite fast decay and then a long slow release. Now the main problem with an envelope like that is there's so much energy at the start in this attack phase that you'd need to set your levels to that to avoid peaking, which means most of what you hear of the snare is just that initial attack bit. But that means that all of this bit down here is actually very low in volume in comparison. So this is where compression can help. By using a compressor we can lower the volume of that attack so that we can then bring up the overall volume without peaking, which will then raise the level of the quieter part of the sound. And one way of doing that might be to use a fast attack time so that you catch that peak and start compressing straight away. So if you keep an eye on the meters, you can see we've got quite a high peak every time the snare hits, and then it dies away really quickly. So if we just start by pulling the threshold down a bit, you can hear that starts to bring the level down a little. At the moment the ratio is just at 2, so it's not compressing a great deal, but if we pull it right down you can hear it compressing. And if I reduce the attack time, you can hear that's brought the level down by quite a lot. And it's also evened the levels out because we're now catching that peak at the start and compressing it. And so now we can afford to turn the gain up. And just to contrast, if I turn the attack up again, you'll notice it starts clipping straight away. So most of the energy of that snare is right at the start, and by setting a fast attack time, we've allowed the compressor to catch that attack, bring it down in volume so that we can then bring the overall volume up. And you can hear right away just how much of a difference those small changes have made. By controlling the dynamics like this, we're not just changing the volume, we're controlling which part of the sound stands out, and that can have a dramatic effect on the sound. But the downside of having a fast attack time like that is that sometimes the attack of a sound can be what makes it sound natural. And so by compressing right from the very start, you can risk making it sound a little bit less natural. But as we saw before, with a higher attack time, we're allowing that peak through, so we've got a much higher chance of getting clipping. And so this is where limiting could be useful. A limiter is basically the same thing as a compressor, but its main purpose is to stop the signal going above a certain level. So you can see most of the functions are the same as the compressor, but there's no ratio control. And that's because on a limiter the ratio is set to something like 1000 to 1, or even infinity to 1. So it's not really meant for reducing dynamic range, it's just meant to catch those peaks and stop them from going above the level set on the threshold. So let's have a listen. So you can see even with the limiter engaged, we're still getting clipping. We need to give it a fast attack time so that it's catching that peak at the start. And we don't really need the threshold to go below 0, maybe slightly under, just to make sure you're catching it just before it peaks. And so if we now go back to the compressor section and start turning the gain up, you'll notice when we get to 0 we get this flat line here. It's like the audio is hitting a brick wall, which is why sometimes you'll hear it called a brick wall limiter. So it just basically stops it completely from going above that point. And so now we can afford to have a bit of a longer attack time on the snare, and that allows a bit more of the natural transient through. So that's another way of dealing with those peaks at the start of a snare without maybe having to make it sound too compressed or lose any of that natural attack. And so far we haven't compressed it too much. We've just evened it out a bit more so there's not so much difference between the peak and the rest of the snare sound. But you can go even further than that and have a much more profound effect on the sound and start to use the compressor more like an effect. So let's have a look at what happens if we increase the ratio a bit and reduce the release time. And we're also going to use a faster attack and not worry about the limiter for the moment. So by increasing the ratio, we're squashing it a bit more, which means we can turn up the gain a bit more. Always keep an eye on those meters, make sure you're not clipping. So we're starting to hear that compression a bit more, it's starting to sound a little less natural. Now if we start to reduce the release time a bit, so that it stops compressing more quickly, you can hear what that's doing is bringing up the volume of the later part of that snare sound, the body and the decay of it. And the reason that's happening is because as soon as it stops compressing, we're listening to the natural volume, and of course we've turned the gain up by quite a lot. So we've raised that volume by quite a lot, and the only part that's being reduced in volume is the very beginning part that's being compressed. So if we turn the release up again, then you can hear that compression is lasting longer, so it's keeping the volume down longer. So here with a very fast release and fast attack, what we're basically doing is turning the compressor on for a very brief moment just to catch the attack, which as we saw was where most of the energy was, so that's given us a lot more headroom. And it's had the quite interesting effect of making it sound a bit like maybe we've stuck a reverb or something on the end, as if we've made it sound longer. But of course we haven't, we've just made it so that we can actually hear that decay that we normally wouldn't hear. So by using compression in this way, we've actually had much more of an influence on the sound. It's almost more like putting an effect on it rather than just changing the volume. So with the kick drum, you can hear it's quite a bit lower down in the mix at the moment. It's kind of getting lost behind the snare, so I might just turn the snare down a bit while we work on it. Now we can take the same approach. As usual, start pulling the threshold down so it starts to compress. You can see that light indicating it's compressing. That means we can start turning the gain up. As soon as we pass over that, you see it starts to clip. And even just doing that, we've already brought the level up quite a lot. We're getting a sort of quite good level out of that kick. We can hear it now. But still it's a little bit dull or flat. We could try the same again, pulling the attack all the way back. Maybe turn the ratio up a little bit more. Now that's quite a tight kick sound. Quite short, to the point, punchy. But if we start to pull the release back, you can hear just like the snare, it makes it a bit longer because it brings out the later part of it a bit more. And then we can afford a bit more gain. So of course it depends on the kick drum that you're compressing, but as you can see in this example, it's not really been a lot different to the snare drum. So let's have a quick look at toms. Toms are a little bit different because the sound is longer and there's not so much emphasis on the attack. Let's have a listen to an example. So there's still quite a bit of an attack. You can hear that when the sticks are hitting the skins, but the overall sound is a longer sound anyway, so the level is actually staying more consistent for a longer amount of time. So you almost might not need any compression. But we'll start in the same way, lowering the threshold a bit to start that compression and then raise the gain. And to begin with, we might want to exaggerate the effect a bit more first, just so we can hear what we're doing. Now you can probably have a longer release with toms. If you have a shorter release, then you'll end up bringing the later part out a bit more, but we didn't really need to in this case. And also with some longer and more constant sounds, you can sometimes end up getting a bit of distortion if you have the attack and release too quick. And you can hear it starting to sound quite messy and a bit distorted. But I've deliberately exaggerated all the settings just to demonstrate this fact. And as I said earlier, you probably don't even really need much compression on toms. But these are a couple of things worth looking at if you do. So let's have a look at compressing the whole kit. Compressing the whole kit can hold it together and help it sort of gel. And again, it can either be used subtly, just to even out the levels of the drum pattern overall, but while still keeping it natural sounding without influencing the sound too much. or it can be used to exaggerate these effects we've been looking at even further. But ultimately, it really depends on what you're wanting to do and how you want it to sound. So let's just have a look at how that can work. So we can start in the same way, just pull the threshold down, maybe turn the ratio up a little. So you can hear that starting to compress a bit more. So we can turn the level up a bit more, but keep an eye on those meters. We could either try catching those peaks by upping the compression a bit more, increasing the ratio, or decreasing the threshold, or both. But you'll notice it's still the attack of the snare that's peaking. So we could try reducing the attack time again. But you'll notice that starts to make it sound even more compressed, so we're starting to lose a lot of that natural sound now. We have a bit more headroom to allow us to turn it up more, but the downside is the compression is a lot more noticeable now. But you may also notice that the hi-hats are starting to come up a bit. But they're doing it kind of rhythmically in time, because each time the kick or snare comes in, the compressor is triggered and the hi-hats are swamped and you don't hear them. But when the kick or snare isn't playing, we can hear the hi-hats a lot more. It's things like that that help the pattern gel a bit more and fit together, so that it sounds more like one single drum beat rather than individual drum hits. So while compressing individual drum hits allows us to even out their level a bit more and bring out certain elements of the sound, compressing the whole kit together allows us to focus more on the relationship between the different hits. So now if we pull the release time down, you can see it's had the same effect that it had on the individual hits, but it's having it on everything now. So we're starting to get that really big over compressed sound. It's bringing the hi-hats out even more, but in doing so it's strengthening the relationship between the different sounds and making them gel even more. So that's quite an extreme setting. Maybe we don't want it quite that extreme, maybe we want to up the release a little bit. That still gives us a really big, highly compressed sound, but maybe makes it slightly more natural. And then of course we could go back to some of the individual sounds and maybe adjust them accordingly. Maybe now that we have a compressor over the main drum bus, we might not need such extreme settings on the kick and snare. And you'll notice that as we do that, it has an effect on everything else. You'll notice that when we're compressing the whole kit together, each time we change one thing, it affects everything else. So if I turn the kick down, for example, you'll notice the hi-hats get a lot louder. Same thing with the snare, if we take that away. And that's something to understand with compression in general, is everything has an effect on everything else. So just like we've seen here, changing one sound can affect everything else, but in the same way, changing one control on the compressor will affect how the other controls work. So let's try that with the tom as well. You can hear everything is being swamped by that tom, it's overpowering everything. In fact, the simplest thing to do first is just to turn it down a bit. But one of the main things to look at with the tom is the release. Like we saw when we looked at compressing the tom on its own, it's a much longer sound and a short release doesn't work so well on it. So having this kind of shorter release time when there's a tom in the mix isn't going to work on the overall drum mix. When we have a shorter release on the whole kit, we start to get that kind of messy, distorting sound. So if you're going to try compressing them all together, then it's going to change the sound quite a bit, because you're going to have a longer release time, so you're going to have to compress the whole lot for longer. So in that case you might actually be better off just separating the tom and having a drum submix for just the kick, snare and hi-hats. But again, it depends on what you're after. If you're just wanting a bit of gentle compression over the whole lot, then it might be okay. But if you're trying any kind of aggressive compression, then you probably need to handle longer sounds like toms separately. Okay, well, we'll leave it there. Thanks for watching. See you next time. Hi, welcome back. In this tutorial we're going to look at using compression on electronic drums. The way we approach compressing electronic drums will be quite similar to how we approached compressing live drums, but in many cases the reasons for doing it will be different. With live drums played by a real drummer, often there might be a bit more variation in levels, but with electronic drums they'll either be synthetic meaning the sound has been generated by a synthesizer or drum machine, or they might be sampled. And if they've been sampled, then the chances are they've also been sampled from a synthetic source, or if they're sampled from a different source, such as a record, then the chances are they've already been compressed. So in a lot of cases, the individual hits with electronic sounds might already have a quite even dynamic range. Now that's not to say by any means that compression won't be useful for improving the dynamic range on electronic sounds, or maybe bringing them out more in the mix or making them punchier. It just might mean that it's maybe not so necessary as it might be with live drum sounds. So in that case, you might want to use compression more as a creative tool with electronic sounds. Maybe to shape the sound a bit more and use it more like an effect. So to look at an example, you might remember in the last tutorial, we looked at this snare drum that had a lot of energy in its attack, then a very quick decay and a long release. So what we did in that case was we used compression to lower the attack, to bring that level down so that it was more in line with the rest of the sample, so that we could then raise the overall level so that we could hear the rest of the sample and not just the attack. But if we compare that to an electronic snare drum from a TR-909, you can see it's still got a bit of an attack at the start there, but overall the envelope is much more gradual, with not such a dramatic difference between the attack and the rest of the sample. So if we have a listen to this sample, you can already hear, without even compressing it, a lot more of that body comes through. We're not just hearing the attack of that sound, we're hearing a lot in there. And a key point here with electronic sounds is that you can often control individual elements of the sound from the synthesizer, drum machine or sampler. So in other words, rather than using a compressor to try and bring out the body, we can just turn elements of it up or down by using controls like tone or tune. So we already have a bit more control over the properties of the sound. In fact, quite often you might even have controls like attack and decay to control the envelope directly. So while in the last tutorial we were doing that by using compression, in the case of electronic drums we often don't need to. To give an example, if we look at this 808 kick drum, you can see just by looking at the waveform that that's already really even. It's got a really nice consistent and quite linear decay. And you can hear that it's already plenty loud enough and the level stays pretty consistent, so I'm not really sure you'd even need to compress that on its own. And if you look down here, we have a decay control, so we can manually control the decay with that. And if you remember in the last tutorial with the live drums, we actually used the compression to bring out some of that decay, so obviously in this example we don't need to do that. So while we may not want to necessarily use compression to correct problems with dynamics, we definitely might want to use it to enhance the sound. And we could do that either by bringing out certain characteristics of the sound or changing the timbre, maybe making the sounds a bit punchier. And we can start off in the same way as we did with the live drums. So I'll focus for the moment on a TR-909 kit. Maybe starting on the snare, pull the threshold down, bring the gain up, pull the attack down to catch that attack. So that's flattening the dynamics quite a lot, making it sound like one constant sound. So maybe now try pulling the release down. And it's kind of almost having the effect of reversing the dynamics. We've pulled the attack right down, so we're squashing the attack and we're kind of emphasizing the release phase a little bit. So that creates a bit of an interesting effect. So moving on to the kick drum, we're going to move fairly quick here because the approach is pretty much the same as we've been doing up to this point. Drag the threshold down, ratio up, attack down, gain up, release down. And so you can hear that's kind of had the effect of making a nice warm booming kick drum with a long decay. That is a pretty nice effect. By using a compressor to create this effect, it gives it a sort of a nice pumping sound. And if we turn the release up a bit, it takes away some of that boominess, maybe makes it a little bit tighter. But as we saw before, you might be able to create a similar effect just by using the decay knob. It might not have that same pumping sound, but it will have that longer decay and boomy sort of sound. So another quite common electronic sound that you might want to consider compressing is a clap sound. So in terms of dynamics, it's quite similar to a snare. A bit of a peak on the attack, although the body of the sound is quite different, with that really strong, powerful percussive sound. So we can bring that out a bit more by reducing the release time, and really the approach is more or less the same as it's been with everything else. fact, you can hear just by turning the attack down we've changed the sound quite significantly. Takes the emphasis away from the attack and puts it more on the body of the sound. And you can hear by adjusting the release, if you get it in the right spot, you can create a nice rhythmic effect that goes with the beat. A bit like the effect of pre-delay on a reverb. We can try engaging the soft knee setting to make it a bit smoother. And we can try some even more extreme settings. So we can actually do quite a lot with this clap sound just by compressing it. And if you try EQing as well, that can also have a really big effect. So let's have a bit of a look at compressing the whole kit at once. Just like with the live kit, it can have the effect of making it all gel and fit together better. So at the moment it's the kick, snare and hi-hat all playing at the same time, but not necessarily fitting together, as though they're part of the same drum loop. And you can hear as we've brought that threshold down, there's that bit of a clicky sound on the attack. And you can also hear that straight away it sounds compressed. So as I said before, on electronic drums we don't necessarily need to compress. It's starting to sound over compressed really quite quickly. So we need to pull the attack down to get rid of that, so that we're compressing right from the start. And that's already evened out the level a little bit. Maybe up the ratio a bit. Depends if you want it sounding too compressed. This might be a good place to use the soft knee. Makes it a bit smoother. Especially if you're using higher ratios and lower threshold settings. Just smooth that curve so that it comes in more gradually. I mean, that's quite tight, punchy and a nice consistent level. We can try the slower release again. With that higher release setting, you can just hear the bass drum getting a little bit fuzzy around the edges, because it's a long sound and the compressor's reacting quite quickly to all the other sounds. It's actually a bit tighter when we have it up higher. Maybe we don't want it to compress quite so much. Let's see how it sounds with a different pattern. And you can hear the effect that hi-hat has. It's creating a bit of an offbeat offset to the kick drum, so that the compressor's being triggered on the offbeat when the kick's not there. Gives it a really pumping sound. So that release time isn't too bad. If it's too fast, then we're in danger of it breaking up again and distorting, getting a bit fuzzy around the edges, because both the kick and the open hi-hat are quite long sounds. Although if we did want to try a faster release setting, we could try pulling the decay back on the kick drum. And that maybe gives us a little bit more room to move. Although in actual fact, it's probably having more of an irritating effect with the open hi-hat, because it's allowing maybe a bit too much of that later part of the sound. So maybe a slightly slower release time. And you'll notice again we can adjust it a bit and get it in time with the beat and create some interesting rhythms with it. In fact, generally speaking, with dance music, especially with these sort of 4/4 beats, you might want to have a bit of a play around with the release settings, because you can create some interesting timings and also help create that sort of pumping sound. So we can get a similar thing with a ride cymbal. Can create that nice sort of breathing sound. As the compressor is triggered by the kick, brings down the cymbals so the cymbals sort of flow in and out. So with these longer sounds you often need a longer release time. And you'll notice how much each of the sounds are affected by each other. Because every time one sound crosses that threshold, then the compressor starts working and compresses everything. And so as all the different drum sounds are playing all at different times, then the compressor is working in time with these rhythms. And that can create some really different and interesting rhythms. And so by playing with the attack and release settings, you can play about with these rhythms to get the timings right so that it fits in with the timing of the beats. Okay, we'll leave it there. Thanks for watching. Hi, welcome back. In this tutorial we're going to focus on compression for guitar. We're going to have a look at acoustic guitar and then a couple of different styles of electric guitar. So remember, the main aim of a compressor is to control dynamics. So with any instrument, if the dynamics are all over the place and it's not what you're after, then compression can help. But dynamics can also be where a lot of the feeling and expression of music comes from. So you really want to be clear about the type of music you're making and what it is you're trying to do. For example, if your music is really deep and subtle with a lot of quiet parts in it, then you probably want to be really careful with compression and use it sparingly, and only when you have to. Otherwise you can ruin the dynamics and end up taking away a lot of the natural feeling of the music. So looking at acoustic guitar, which is what this waveform we can see is, you can see there's quite a lot of variation in the dynamic range. We can see quite a lot of peaks here and a lot of difference between the high and low points. A lot of the time I'd be quite wary of using compression on an acoustic guitar, especially quieter parts like finger picking. Acoustic guitar in particular has a very natural, organic sound that we're used to hearing, so I think you can quite easily tell when it's been compressed, and that could very quickly ruin it. There may of course be cases where some notes are getting lost because they're played a lot more quietly than the rest, but even there I'd be really careful not to overdo it. If it's a strummed guitar it might be different because it might tend to be a bit more rhythmic and percussive, and it also might be more likely to be mixed with a lot of different instruments, so it could get lost in the mix. So in that case compression could be really helpful. We've got an example here of a strummed acoustic guitar. So in this example we do have some peaks that are louder than others, so we may want to compress it just a little bit just to even out the level. So we'll start off just as we normally do, just pull the threshold down a little bit, but being a bit more careful not to pull it down too far, just so we can just start hearing it compress. Then we can raise the level a bit, and you can see this meter here indicates when it's compressing, so you'll notice that tends to coincide with these peaks. So that's indicating to us that it's only really compressing when those peaks come in, so that's a good thing. So we can hear quite a lot of the pick sound coming through when the chords are strummed. We could get rid of some of that by pulling the attack down a bit, but you'll also notice that makes the compression a little bit more noticeable. You can actually hear it compressing each time a chord is first strummed. The sound is more constant, so we want a longer release time, so that we don't hear the compressor pumping as the sounds finish, because that'll make it sound even more unnatural. It might also be worth trying a soft knee setting just to make it a little bit more smooth. That way it's not so noticeable when the compression engages. So that's given us a bit more headroom, so we can turn it up a little bit. We can maybe try a higher ratio setting. Again, be really careful, we don't want to overdo it. So as I said, the aim here has been to make it as subtle as possible, just to bring out that little bit more headroom, but without the compression being really noticeable. And of course you may want it to sound heavily compressed, that's entirely up to you. In that case you'd probably just want to pull the threshold down a bit more and the ratio up. In the case of electric guitar it's often quite different, especially when distortion is involved, but even just the act of putting the guitar through an amplifier can really alter the dynamic range to the extent that it's like already compressing it. Distortion is actually really similar to compression in a way, but it's almost kind of the reverse. While with compression we are reducing the peaks so that we can boost the overall level, with distortion and overdrive effects we're actually boosting everything so that the peaks hit the top. So that also has the effect of reducing the dynamic range, because the peaks are no longer quite so far away from the low points. But while you may not necessarily need compression to even out the levels, You might often want a loud, distorted rock guitar to be quite upfront and in your face, and compression could definitely help with that. So in this case we might be using compression more like an effect, or as a way of changing the quality of the sound. So you can see here just by looking at the waveform that it's already quite a consistent level. It's quite flat, there's not a lot of peaks there. It looks a lot like audio that's already been compressed, with not a lot of dynamic range. So let's have a listen to how it sounds. So you can hear that's probably the sort of guitar sound that you really want to stand out. So as we've seen throughout the chapter so far, just start off by pulling down the threshold a bit, then turn up the gain. You can probably start by leaving the ratio where it is, and then later on if you want to squash it a bit more you can increase it. And already, without doing too much, we've been able to get quite a bit more loudness out of that. So maybe now we can try exaggerating it a bit more, turn up the ratio, turn up the gain, pull down the threshold a bit more. If we make these settings quite extreme, that might also help us set the attack and release times a bit better. So a low attack will catch all the attack sounds like pick noises and those kind of percussive sounds at the start. So that can have the effect of smoothing it out a bit at the start and making those harder attack sounds not quite so hard. You probably want a longer release sound because the guitar sound is longer and more constant. And if you have a fast release you can get that pumping sound, and it also makes it sound a lot more unnatural. So we'll leave that up a bit. And I think it sounded a bit better with the ratio a bit lower too. And maybe also not such a low threshold. Might need to turn the gain down again to stop it from clipping. And in fact in this particular example I think we could afford to have a higher attack setting, because those attack sounds in this guitar aren't too bad and they might even help it cut through a bit, give it a bit more punch. So I think that's not sounding too bad. And so if we have a look at this metal guitar, you can see it's the same sort of thing. The levels are very consistent, there isn't a great deal of dynamic range, not too many peaks. In fact, as metal guitars tend to be even more distorted, there might be even less dynamic range. Let's have a listen. So again, we won't be using it to even out the dynamics too much. We'll be using it more to enhance the sound, give it some more loudness and bring it out a bit more. So we'll approach it in more or less the same way as the last guitar. Probably have quite similar settings in fact. You probably want a longer release setting, certainly for that longer part of the riff where the guitar plays for longer. But with this riff where it's shorter and sharper, we can probably get away with a shorter release. But you'll notice if we pull the attack down, then it starts to sound really messy, because the compressor's trying to work too quickly. So I think just leave it on a higher release setting, especially if you have a faster attack. And I think in this case we might want that faster attack, because if you listen back to that start there, then when it comes in it's quite harsh, it's got quite a hard sound. So I think we could probably do with a fast attack there to catch that attack at the beginning. And in fact we could try the soft knee setting as well, that might make it a bit smoother. And I think with this sound we can get away with compressing it quite a lot because it is quite a heavily processed sound. But really here it's all just a matter of taste. If you like more compression here then use it, if you don't use it. As we're not really using it specifically to correct the dynamic range, we're using it as more of a creative tool, so it's entirely subjective and really down to how you want it to sound. So this next example is a blues guitar. And again you can see by looking at the waveform that the dynamic range isn't huge. It's maybe not quite as narrow as it was with the last two examples, but it's still nothing like as big a range as we saw with the acoustic guitar. And I don't know how this particular example was recorded, but that range would have probably been reduced in a similar way as with the last two examples, but it could just as easily have been done by the amp itself rather than necessarily a distortion or overdrive effect. It sounds like a valve amp being gently overdriven, which would reduce the dynamic range in much the same way as an overdrive pedal would. but it's a more subtle, gentler, warmer sound. And because of that, I'd be really reluctant to compress this too much. I actually quite like the sound as it is, and I think the dynamic range is small enough that we can get it to the level we want it to be without clipping or losing any of it in the mix. You can see in the waveform this section to the right here has a lot more variation in its dynamic range, and that's because that's a section of lead guitar. And I've split the two sections up and put them on separate tracks so that I can have separate control over both of them because they do have this difference in dynamic range. Because this lead section might need a little bit more compression than the rest. So just to hear it in context. So I've basically just cut off that section and put it on its own track just so I can compress it on its own. Because as I said before, I don't really want to compress this guitar for the sake of it, but that little lead section there may need a bit of compression just to bring it out so that it doesn't get lost. So let's just focus on that one for the moment. So as usual, just start by pulling down the threshold a bit to get it working. Turn up the gain, maybe turn the ratio up a little. And in fact, just by making those couple of small changes, it's already brought it out by a lot. Could possibly leave the release where it is. If you turn it down, it might bring out the shorter notes a bit more. But as we also have that chord at the end, which is a longer sustaining sound, it's probably better to just leave the release a bit higher. A lower attack time will catch the attack of the notes, but that also has the effect of making the compression more noticeable. And we're also extending the amount of time it's being compressed because we have quite a long release there, so the compression is working for a lot longer. That means we've got a bit more headroom so we can turn it up a bit. But as I said, the downside is that we can now hear it compressing a bit more. So we've managed to even out the level a bit more, and that will make sure that none of the notes in that lead riff get lost in the mix. So now if we move on to the rhythm, and as I've said already, I don't really want to do much to this at all. I already like the sound as it is. And we could just start by turning the gain up. In fact, you can see, even by turning it up this much, it's still not clipping, because like we've already seen by looking at the waveform, there really isn't much dynamic range in this, and there weren't a lot of peaks. Maybe just a very quick one there, so maybe we'll just bring the threshold down a little bit, just so that all we're really using the compressor for is to catch any of those little peaks. So we're basically only using it when absolutely necessary. So I'm actually going out of my way to avoid interfering with the personality of that sound at all. You might think differently, you might want to compress it a lot more. And this is where it just starts to get subjective and is really a matter of taste. So we'll leave it there. Thanks for watching. See you next time. In this tutorial we're going to have a look at compression on bass guitar. Bass guitar is probably a really good example of why you need compression, because it needs to be really solid, because often it's the backbone of the track along with the drums. And it can also have a tendency to be quite inconsistent with a lot of variation in level. And you can see just by looking at this waveform here, there is quite a lot of variation in the dynamics. And while that can be a good thing, you need to make sure all the notes are heard so that the bass line can stay solid, and compression can help with that. So let's have a listen. So you can hear the variation in the levels there. Some notes are coming through more than others. So we'll start off just as we have throughout the chapter so far. Just start by pulling the threshold down until it starts to compress. And that straight away gives us a bit more headroom so we can turn up the gain. And that's already made a difference. The levels are already much more even, but we could try turning the ratio up a bit more. I think a lot of the time with bass you probably want some of the natural attack to come through, so you don't want the attack time to be too quick. If you do give it a quick attack time, then that will give you a little bit more headroom because it'll squash those transients at the start, but it will also make it sound more compressed. But as is always the case, a lot of this is subjective. You may actually like that compressed sound. I actually don't mind the bass sounding a bit compressed. I think it holds it together quite nicely, makes it sound more solid and quite punchy. But even still in this case, I think a bit of the natural attack still sounds better. But that does make it a bit more likely to clip, so we might want to use a limiter to deal with that. Give it a fast attack time to catch the peaks, and I also find it's an idea to pull the threshold down slightly under 0, just because if you leave it on 0, sometimes it still can clip. I think for this bass line we want the release to be a bit longer, because we do have some longer sustaining notes, and that just helps us to even out the level for a longer amount of time. If we bring the release down, that can actually create quite a nice effect. It brings out some of the personality of the room that the bass was recorded in, because as we've seen in other tutorials, a faster release time is basically bringing up the quieter part of the recording. So we're getting a bit of the natural reverb from the room that the bass amp was recorded in. But as we've also seen in other tutorials, the longer notes don't tend to sound so good with a shorter release time, so I'll turn it back up a bit. So I think this is pretty good. It evens out the level without making it sound too over compressed. But as always, check it in the mix and make sure that it fits with whatever you're mixing it with. In the case of bass that's been played with a pick, then the attack will be a lot sharper. And you can even see just by looking at the waveform that there's a lot of sharp peaks at the beginning of each note. So the sound of the pick actually adds a lot to the attack of the note. But aside from that, the levels aren't too bad. But there is quite a lot of variation in levels, so it could definitely do with some compression to make sure all the notes are heard. So the settings will probably be much the same as the last bass line. Just pull down the threshold till it starts compressing, then increase the gain. And you can see this meter here indicating that we're getting up to around 6 dB of reduction. And as the levels weren't too all over the place, that's done a pretty good job of evening it out, but we are still getting some overs here. So as I said, the sound of the pick has added a lot to the attack of each note, so we can control that by using the attack control. If you want them to come through, then just leave the attack a bit higher. Then we could use a limiter to deal with the peaks like we did before, or you could give it a faster attack time and then try and tame some of those peaks a bit. And that'll help with the clipping. It'll mean we don't need to use a limiter, and it will also give us a bit more headroom. And you can hear it hasn't actually taken it away too much. The brightness of the pick sound still comes through, but you really need to try it in the mix to see how well it still cuts through. Depending on what you're mixing it with, you might find when you bring the other instruments back in that it doesn't cut through so well anymore, and maybe gets lost in the mix, because those pick sounds can help it to cut through. So if you do find that happens, you could just try a higher attack time and then use a limiter to deal with the peaks. With slap bass, you might find that a compressor is a lot more necessary. You can see just by looking at the waveform here that there is a lot of difference between the highest and lowest points, with these really sharp peaks in the attack of the notes. And you'd probably find that with any slap bass, but in this case it's possible that it's more extreme because it was recorded with a DI bass, because there's no ample speakers to take away some of those higher frequencies, and a lot of these peaks will be in those higher frequencies. But whatever the reason, these peaks are quite extreme, so we do need to tame them if we want to get a bit more gain out of this. So you can hear a lot of the notes themselves are getting lost, and most of what we can hear is those percussive sort of sounds from the attack. So we'll start the same way, pull down the threshold, increase the gain, and you can see we're getting clipping already because of those peaks. So I think here we'll use the limiter to deal with that, so that we don't need to mess too much with the natural attack. And as before, just a fast attack and slightly under 0 for the threshold. And we can see this meter here indicating when it's limiting, so we can see it's actually coming on quite a bit every time one of those peaks hits basically. So it's already helped a lot, but I might try compressing it a bit more. Just increase the ratio, pull down the threshold a bit. Of course that gives us some more headroom to increase the gain. And so that's definitely doing the job. You can hear a lot more of what's going on, not a lot of it's getting lost. In fact, we're starting to hear a lot more string noises now. So let's try it with a faster attack time so that we catch those peaks right at the start. We can hear straight away that that sounds a lot more compressed, but it also sounds a bit smoother because we're compressing it right from the start, so we're having a bit more control over it. And I don't think it sounds too bad having a very compressed sound here, but generally speaking I think slap bass is probably a bit better if you let the natural attack through a bit. And in fact I think with these settings here we're not doing too badly at the moment. This is sounding pretty good, we're hearing all the notes, everything's coming through, but it's also not sounding too compressed. But we could try and fine tune the release time a bit so that it works a bit better with the timing of the bass line. And of course that brings out some of the later part of the sound. In fact, that spot there is probably not too bad. It's quite a fast release time though, and it might not work so well with the longer notes, but it works quite well with the shorter, poppier slap bass playing. It brings it right out front, makes it sound quite punchy and in your face. And remember with a compressor that each of the settings affect all the other settings as well, so now that we've got a faster release time, we might want to try a faster attack time as well and see how that affects it. But of course, what really matters is how it sounds in the mix. We might get it sounding great here on its own, but then when you put it in with the mix, it doesn't sound so good, and vice versa. You get it sounding good in the mix, and then when you solo it, it doesn't sound so good on its own. So always keep that focus on how it sounds with everything else. Okay, well that's it. Thanks for watching. See you next time. In this tutorial, we're going to have a look at compressing vocals. If you've been following the chapter on compression so far, then most of this will be pretty familiar by now. So we'll mainly focus on one or two issues you might come across when compressing vocals. This first example we'll look at, we've seen briefly in the Intro to Dynamics tutorial. It's basically an example of something you might come across a bit when working with vocals, and that is a situation where you might have a quiet passage, as you can see just by looking at the waveform, that's quite low in volume, followed by a much louder passage. So for example, a singer might sing the verse quite quietly and then comes in for the chorus and belts it out. So let's have a listen to this example. So there's obviously a really big difference in the levels there, and the problem this creates is if you, for example, set the levels to the quieter section at the start, then when the louder part comes in, it's going to be too loud and you're going to overload and get clipping. And likewise the other way around, if you set the level to this section here, then the first section would be too low in level and it would probably get lost in the mix. So we can use compression to help with that situation. Just like we have done in all the other examples, just start by pulling the threshold down until it starts to compress. Increase the gain. Now obviously that hasn't worked too well, so we need to increase the compression. Turn the ratio up. So keep an eye on the meters and get an idea of just how much difference there is in the levels. And you can see by looking at the meter when it jumps up, that's still jumping by quite a bit. Although we can see on this meter that we are compressing a fair bit even on the quieter passage. So we have evened out the levels a bit, but still not enough. So we need to increase the ratio, lower the threshold, and then increase the overall gain. And we probably need a fairly long release time as well to keep it compressing for a long time, because these are quite long notes. So you can see that has helped, but we've had to really compress it a lot to get it to that point. And I think in a lot of cases you probably don't want to do that. The best kind of compression is compression that you don't really notice. Unless of course you're specifically going for that over-compressed sound. But if you're using it just to control the levels, then you ideally want to keep the amount you can hear it compressing to a minimum. So personally, in this sort of situation where there's a really big difference between the two different parts, I'd consider putting them on separate tracks. And that way you can have completely independent control over both parts, and not totally rely on the compressor to handle the levels. Compression isn't the magic solution to all your problems, and it can be really easy to overdo it. So I think a lot of the time you want to see how much you can get away without using compression. Having said that, I use it quite often because I actually like the sound that it creates. But that's really a matter of taste. If you're just wanting to control levels, then sometimes a solution like this one can be better because it minimises the amount that you're processing the sound. In this case, I think we'll still try and use compression on both of these parts, but by separating them like this, we'll be able to get away with using much less. So we'll start off just working on this one first. We'll get the level fairly even and consistent, and then we'll be able to match it with the other one a bit better. So as usual, we just start by pulling down the threshold and turning up the gain a bit. And in fact you can see just by looking at the waveform, this one's already quite even. There's just a little bit of a bump in the middle, so we're not going to need to compress this very much at all really. Maybe turn the release up a bit. These are quite long notes. Also maybe increase the attack a bit. As we've seen throughout the chapter, shorter attack times make the compression much more noticeable, especially with vocals. The attack of a vocal can be a very characteristic part of the sound. So let's move on to the next one. And again, we probably don't really need to do too much. Just by having it on another track means we can have it at a different level, and that could actually go a long way to making up for the difference in levels between these two vocals. And this meter tells us how much it is compressing, and we can see the difference between the input and output level meters. So it's bringing the level down by quite a lot. I might just increase the ratio just a little bit more before I turn it up. And then again turn up the release and the attack, just a little bit. Now I've leveled it out a fair bit, so I might start turning it up a bit, but we won't turn this one up as much as the other one, because it was already loud to start with and we haven't compressed it that much. But let's have a look at how they work together. So keep an eye on where the levels are falling on these meters. So that's not looking too bad. They seem to be hovering around the same area. But as I have said before in this chapter, loudness does not equal level. So despite what the meters are telling us, you always have to use your ears, because some frequencies will sound louder than others, even if the meters tell us they're the same level. But in this case, it's enough to tell us that we've more or less achieved what we set out to do, which was to even out the levels of the two different vocal parts so that they were about the same level as each other, without having to overcompress either of them. So we've looked at how to work with dynamics on vocals without compressing too much. Now let's have a look at some of the issues that can come up if you compress a lot more than that. In this example, we're going to use some more extreme settings and use the compressor a bit more like an effect. Personally, I quite like overcompressing vocals. It totally depends on the track, of course, but sometimes it can really bring out the personality of a vocal performance and also make it sound quite punchy and really stand out. So we'll start off in the same way. So I'm going to pull the threshold down a bit further than usual, turn the ratio up quite a bit, and obviously we've brought the volume down by a lot, so I'm just going to turn the gain all the way up for the moment, so you can really hear that compressing. I'm going to turn the attack up to let some of the natural attack through, and I might actually turn the release down a bit to get a bit more of that artificial pumping compressing sound. And you can see by looking at this meter just how much it's compressing, pretty much going all the way. And you can hear it's bringing out a lot of the stuff in the recording that you might not normally hear so much, like the breaths and vocal noises and things like that. Because by compressing this much, we're exaggerating certain parts of the sound. By turning this gain control all the way up, we've also turned up all of the quietest sounds that you might not normally hear. Because by compressing this much, we have reduced the level of the loudest parts of the recording, which gave us the freedom to turn it up a lot more. So we've exposed all of those background noises. And there's a couple of things we can do about that. We could just manually get rid of them by maybe going through and deleting all the gaps in the clip where there's no vocal, but that would be a pretty tedious and time-consuming process. So the easier thing to do is to use the noise gate, and we've got one on here, although we're not going to really go too deep into it now. But basically what a noise gate does is remove everything below a certain threshold. So just like on the compressor we had a threshold control and everything above that threshold is reduced in volume, with a noise gate everything below the threshold is cut out completely. So that means you could work out the quietest level of the recording you want to keep, then you could set the threshold to just below that level and it will get rid of anything that's quieter than that level. So another thing you may have noticed since we increased the amount of compression is it can also exaggerate the essy sounds or sibilants. And one way of dealing with that is to use a de-esser, which is actually a type of a compressor that only responds to those frequencies, but you can also use EQ. So if you haven't already watched the tutorial on EQing vocals, then check that out because there is a bit in there on dealing with sibilants. And another similar thing that might also be exaggerated by this amount of compression is plosives, or that popping sound you get with the letter P. And we've also got an example of that in this recording.
The price that you pay. The price that you pay.
We also looked at that in the EQing vocals tutorial, because EQ can be an effective way of dealing with plosives. So it might be the case that with both plosives and sibilants that you maybe didn't notice a problem when the recording wasn't compressed, but then as soon as you started to use this more aggressive sort of exaggerated compression, then it started to come out. So if you have a problem with either sibilants or plosives, then check out that tutorial on EQing vocals. Okay, we'll leave it there. Thanks for watching. See you next time. This tutorial is an introduction to the concept of reverberation. Basically, a reverb plugin in a DAW or a hardware reverb unit is used to emulate the effects of reverberation in the real world. And whether you realize it or not, reverberation is something that we experience at every moment of our lives, in every environment that we inhabit. It's basically defined as the continuation of sound in an environment after the sound source has stopped. So to try and illustrate what's going on, I'm going to use live session view to represent a room viewed from the top. So basically the edges of the screen are the four walls, and this orange clip just off center represents somebody playing the guitar. These three blue clips represent various objects in the room, such as furniture, and this yellow clip represents somebody else in the room listening to the guitar. So basically what happens is, as soon as the guitarist starts playing the guitar, then sound waves travel from that guitar out into the room. And sound waves are omnidirectional, which means they're travelling out in all directions, kind of like ripples in water if you threw a rock into a swimming pool. And also like ripples in a swimming pool, when the sound waves hit the edges and the other objects in the environment, then they're reflected back to the source. So the shape of the environment, the objects in it, and whether the surfaces of either the walls or the objects in the environment are reflective or absorbent all affect how the room will sound. And so does the position of the listener. So the guitarist playing the guitar will hear the direct sound from the guitar straight away because he's sitting right next to it. But to the other listener sitting over here, it will take longer for that direct signal to travel to them. And the sound from the guitar that hits these walls here and bounces back are closer to this person, so they'll hear them before the guitarist does. So just by sitting in different positions within the room, at different distances from the original sound source, they'll both hear it very differently. So basically, there are three main components to a reverberated signal. The first is that direct signal that comes from the original sound source, in this case the guitar. And on the reverb, you'd control how much of that is heard using the dry-wet control. And the dry signal is the direct signal, and the more it gets turned up to wet, the more reverb is added. Or if you're using a reverb on a send, then the direct signal is just the main channel. The next component of a reverberated signal is the first or early reflections. Basically, as the name suggests, these are the very first reflections from when the sound was first generated. So they're pretty straightforward, they're just the original sound being reflected back off of the different surfaces and objects in the room. And most reverbs have an early reflections section, such as this one on the Sonox reverb. And then the third component of a reverberated signal is the diffuse reverberation, or the late reflections, or reverb tail as it's called here on the Sonox reverb. On the Ableton reverb, it's this section here, diffusion network. So it can be called a number of different things, usually something to do with diffusion or tail. And what it basically refers to is, after those first or early reflections, the sound keeps travelling and then reflects off other surfaces, and then onto other surfaces and onto other objects, and so on. The sound basically keeps bouncing around all over the place while it gradually decays away. But most of this happens so quickly that the image of the space is mostly subconscious to us, and the three different components sound just like one single decaying sound to our ears. It can be really interesting to focus on the effects of reverberation, because basically it's happening to us all the time and we quite subconsciously react to it. To give an example, if you walk towards a wall while talking, then you'll hear the wall coming closer to you and you'll quite subconsciously react to it. Even if your eyes are closed or the light's off, you'll still know that you're getting close to a wall because you'll be able to hear it. So understanding all of this can be really helpful when you're trying to use reverb as an effect. And when working in a DAW, to allow you the most control, what you would tend to do is record in a space with as few reflections as possible, such as a treated vocal booth for example, so that you then have the freedom to add whatever type of reverb effect you want to later on, without it being influenced by the room that it was recorded in. So to give an example, this guitar here was recorded in a studio, and the only sound you can hear is coming from the guitar itself. There's no influence from the room that it was recorded in. So that means we now have the freedom to use reverb to make it sound like it's in any kind of space that we want it to. And remember, we can use the dry-wet control to control how much of the direct signal is there and how much reverb we add to it. And finally, one more point to consider when working with reverberation is the fact that we have two ears and they're both in different positions. So using this clip as an example again, if we imagine either end is an ear, then when the sound waves are reflected back and picked up by our ears, then they'll arrive at each ear at different times. So for example, the left ear is closer to the left wall and the right ear is closer to the right wall. But if we look at the other listener down in this part of the room here, then they're much closer to this wall here and much further away from the other wall. So the same sound in the same room is going to sound completely different between these two people listening. So whether or not the reverb is stereo can also make quite a big difference. So we've had a bit of a look at the concept of reverberation and what you're trying to do with a reverb. In the next tutorial we'll look at some specifics of a reverb plugin and how to emulate some of these effects we've been talking about. In this tutorial we're going to look at some of the features you'll find on a reverb plugin. As we've seen in the previous tutorial, there's three main components to a reverberated signal. There's the direct signal of the original sound source, followed by the early or first reflections, and then the reverb tail or late reflections. A lot of reverb plugins have a different approach and provide different levels of control over these elements, and some plugins even use different names for features, which can potentially be quite confusing. So to keep things simple, we'll focus on these three components and how they are controlled with each reverb, so that you can easily adapt what we cover to your own reverb. Where possible, I'll try and point out any features that may be named differently or have a different equivalent on other plugins, but ultimately we're going to just focus on the features that you'll probably come across in any reverb. So the first part of a reverberated signal is the direct signal, or original sound source, and we can control how much of that is heard using the wet-dry section of the reverb. A wet-dry control is a little bit like a crossfader. It crossfades between the completely dry signal with no effect at all and a totally wet signal that's only effect. So when it's set all the way to wet, we no longer hear any of the direct signal. While set to dry, all we hear is the direct signal. Another way to control the direct signal is using the main channel fader if you're using the reverb as a send effect. So in this case we just add reverb by turning up the send. And unlike the dry-wet control, we don't lose the direct signal unless we turn down this main channel fader. We'll have a bit more of a look at using reverb as a send effect in another tutorial. On the Sonox reverb we can also control how much of the direct signal we feed into the reverb using this input gain control. But not all reverb plugins have that option. But a lot of reverbs often do give you the option of filtering what goes into the reverb, such as this low frequency roll-off control here. that just removes some of the lower frequencies going into the reverb before the signal's even processed. On the Ableton Reverb we have a similar control in the input section. This one offers a bit more flexibility. It allows us to control low and high frequencies, and we can also control which frequencies are affected. You'll also notice on the Sonox Reverb that we can also control the stereo separation at the input stage. This is because the Sonox Reverb handles stereo in a different way. The Sonox Reverb allows you to work with stereo input material, so that any natural differences between the left and right channels will be preserved. But this control basically starts off allowing stereo material through, and by turning this control down we can reduce the differences between the two channels and basically sum them to mono. And the main reason you might want to do that is so that you can have total control over the stereo effect and use the reverb to create it. The Ableton Reverb, on the other hand, has a stereo control, but you can see it's in the global section and not in the input stage. And this is basically because the Ableton Reverb always sums to mono first, so you're only ever creating a stereo effect from within the reverb itself, which is basically the same as turning that stereo separation control on the Sonox Reverb all the way down to 0. A control you'll find on a lot of reverbs is pre-delay, and this allows you to set the amount of time before the early reflections will be heard. And pre-delay can help create the perception of size and space. For example, in a really large space there will be a longer delay before those first reflections come back to you. The Sonox Reverb doesn't have a pre-delay setting for the early reflection stage, but you can create a similar delay for the reverb tail stage. And you can do that here with the controls in this tail mix section, and in particular the comp delay setting. We're not going to worry about that for the moment because this is specific to the Sonox plugin, so if you do own this Sonox Reverb, then the manual outlines how to do that. So the next main component of a reverberated signal is the early reflection stage. The early reflections are the first reflections to come back from the walls and surfaces around the sound source, and they're what give you an image of the shape and character of the space. A lot of reverbs will have a specific early reflections section, as you can see here in the Ableton Reverb. On this reverb we only have a couple of controls in this section. We have this spin section here, and that basically just modulates the early reflections section to give it a bit of variation and a feeling of movement in the sound. Not all reverbs have this, so we'll leave it for the moment. And the next main control in this section that we have that is more common on reverbs is this shape control here. And as the name suggests, it's for controlling the shape of the room or space that's being emulated. Now it's a control that may not have an obvious effect at first because it depends a lot on the settings of all the other controls as well. So this just sets the shape of the room, and then all the other settings are what control how the reverb interacts with that space. So if we move on to the Sonox Reverb, you can see the early reflection section here is much more elaborate. There's a lot more controls to it, but a lot of them are specific to the Sonox Reverb, so we're only going to focus on the ones that are more common to reverbs in general. But as you can see, just like on the Ableton Reverb, we have a shape section here where we can choose the shape of the room, but this time we just have the 4 different shapes to choose from. And again, just like the Ableton Reverb, how this is set will then affect how the other controls sound. So another control that you'll find on all reverbs is the size control. This is where you specify the size of the room being emulated. So with the high setting we get a large space. And we can go all the way down to under a meter. Next we have the width control, which controls the stereo width of the early reflection section. So it basically controls the difference between the left and right channels. And that can make a lot of difference in creating depth and realism in a reverb because each of our ears hears the space differently. The equivalent on the Ableton Reverb would be this stereo control here. Although in this case it's not only for the early reflection section, As you can see, it's in the global section, so it affects the whole reverb. So let's hear how it sounds on the Sonox reverb. So a higher setting makes for a wider stereo image, turning it down makes it narrower until it's basically mono. So these next few controls in the early reflections tab we're not going to worry about because they're specific to the Sonox reverb, but this absorption control is something that you'll find some version of on most reverbs. Often it might be called damping, and basically it's trying to emulate the effects of absorbent materials and surfaces in the acoustic space. So things like drapes, carpet, soft furnishings, furniture, even people, basically things that absorb the sound. And it tends to be more the higher frequencies that are absorbed first. So it might sound a bit like taking some of the higher frequencies out of the signal. So you can see as we turn it up, it starts to sound a little bit duller. And then as we turn it down, it sounds brighter and more like an empty room with no furnishings. And on the Ableton reverb, the equivalent would be these filters here. And we can control the high and low frequencies. And you can see we're just working on the diffusion network stage in this case. That would be the reverb tail on the Sonox reverb. But as we saw earlier, we also have the option of filtering at the input stage, so before it even gets into the reverb. And that can have a similar effect. The Sonox reverb also has an EQ section, so you can get quite detailed with how you affect the frequencies of the reverb and sculpt the sound how you want it. It works in much the same way as the Sonox EQ plugin. You can drag these points around to change the settings, and a quite cool feature is you can also still see these points while you're looking at the reverb here. So on to the third component of a reverberated signal, that's the reverb tail. And this can be called a lot of different things. A lot of different reverb manufacturers seem to use a different name for it for some reason. You might hear terms like diffuse reverberation, diffusion, sometimes it's just the section called reverb. It can also be called late reflections, and sometimes it might even only be a simple decay control. On the Ableton reverb, it's called diffusion network, this section here. The reverb tail is the more random and less defined part of the signal as it decays away. And this part of the signal can create the impression of room size. And the main control we're going to focus on is this reverb time control here. The reverb time is technically how long it takes for the sound to decay by 60 dB or to 1,000th of its original volume. On the Ableton reverb, this is referred to as decay time. So as we turn it up, the reverb will sustain for a lot longer. And you can see this graphical representation at the top here indicates how long that's taking to decay away. If we pull it down, you can see it drops down very quickly. We're not going to worry about any of the other controls for the reverb tail section for the moment. Some of them are basically the same as what we've seen in the early reflection section, but specifically for the reverb tail, and some of them are again specific to the Sonox reverb. So lastly, some reverbs will let you set the balance between the early reflections and the diffusion stage. On the Ableton reverb, they have their own volume controls, so reflect is the early reflections. You can turn it all the way down if you want to, and diffuse is obviously the diffusion stage. On the Sonox reverb, it's controlled with this reverb mix section here. And you can see these graphics at the top illustrate the balance by fading away as they get turned down. And you can choose to either have all early reflections, as you can see that's all that's showing up at the moment, or we can go all the way to just reverb tail if we want to. So really, as you can see, reverbs can have a lot of controls, and that can be quite daunting at first. But really, at the beginning, there's only really a few controls that we need to focus on, and they're the main ones that we've looked at that will be universal to most reverb units. And they're things like size, shape, width, and stereo separation, or an equivalent stereo option, such as the stereo control on the Ableton reverb. Absorption, or the equivalents such as damping, or even more involved EQ sections such as this one. And then finally reverb time, which as we saw was called decay time on the Ableton reverb, and sometimes it might even just be called decay. So these are the features we're going to mainly focus on throughout this chapter. Okay, that's it. Thanks for watching. See you next time. In this tutorial, we're going to have a look at using reverb as a send effect. Just like with any effect, reverb can be used in a number of different ways, but something that's worth thinking about with reverb is that its intended purpose is for creating virtual acoustic spaces, or rooms. And you can use reverb as a way of kind of joining everything together and adding some coherence and depth to a mix by sending more than one instrument to the same reverb so that it sounds like they're all in the same room or space. And you can even make it sound like each instrument is in a different part of that room, either by giving them each a different amount of reverb, or even just by panning them. And so to give you an idea, I've created this set with 3 different sends, and each one sends to a return track containing a different reverb. It might work differently for your DAW, and sometimes the tracks you use will be called auxiliaries or buses, but this is how it works in live. To use an effect as a send effect, it needs to be set to 100% wet. On the Sonox reverb, you just need to make sure this button is engaged. But on other reverbs, such as the Ableton reverb, you'll just have a dry-wet control like this one here. And we do that because we're already controlling the amount of dry signal by using the track's main fader here. So to start with, if we listen to this vocal on its own, it sounds quite lifeless and dull. So if we try turning up send A, you can see the meter lighting up indicating that it's going to return A, and it gives it more depth and presence and makes it sound like it's in a real room. We could then try adding some drums, and you can hear at first it's the same, quite lifeless, and by turning up send A we're sending it to the same reverb, and that creates the impression that they're both in the same room. We could try panning them both in different directions. And that gives them a position in the room. So the singer's somewhere over to the left and the drummer's over at the right hand side of the room. Now how that sounds will depend on how the reverb plugin handles the stereo input. So if you remember from the last tutorial, the Sonox reverb has this stereo separation control in the input section, and that's there because it can take stereo input material and preserve the differences between the left and right channels and pass them on to the reverb. While the Ableton reverb, on the other hand, will sum the left and right channels together so that any differences between them will be lost, because the only stereo effect that comes from the Ableton reverb is created in the plugin itself. So while you can actually create some stereo width with the Ableton reverb, it's nothing like as realistic or striking because we're losing the original stereo separation from the tracks themselves. So if we just quickly listen to the Sonox reverb again, the stereo separation is much clearer and more realistic. You could maybe try creating something similar by using 2 Ableton reverbs and putting one on each of the left and right channels, but that's something for another day. So we've seen how you can create the impression that 2 different sounds are in the same room, and even on 2 different sides of the same room, just by sending them to the same reverb and using the pan control. Now let's have a look at how you can create a sense of depth or distance. So to show this we're going to use a different reverb, one with a much longer decay that I've got on send B. And already you can hear that sounds like it's in a much bigger space. Now if we wanted to take that more into the distance, we could just try turning the track's volume down, but you'll notice as we do that the reverb goes down as well. If you think about the 3 main components of the reverberated signal that we've seen in the last couple of tutorials, then this main fader controls the direct signal. But at the moment it's also controlling the rest of the reverb because as we turn it down, it turns the reverb down as well. We can stop that from happening by setting the send to pre-fade mode. How you do this probably varies according to each DAW, but in live you do it by pressing the button over here that corresponds to the send you want to change. So in this example, send B. And that now means that the send is controlled independently from the main fader. And that's a little bit similar to a dry-wet control in that it's possible to have a completely wet signal with only reverb, but doing it this way we have more control. And you'll notice this makes it sound like the singer's way off in the distance, like maybe at the other end of a really big hall. And this basically happens because in real life, if you're a distance away from the sound source, then a lot of the reflections will reach you at the same time as the direct sound. So the balance between them will be different to how it would be if you were closer to the sound source. And by setting it to pre-fade mode, that's given us the ability to turn down the direct signal and emulate that effect. So you can see by using reverb as a send effect, it gives us a lot more control options. And so throughout the course of this chapter, that's mostly how we'll be using it. Okay, thanks for watching. See you next time. In this tutorial, we're going to have a look at reverb on drums. First, we'll have a look at real drum kits, and then we'll have a brief look at electronic drums as well. With a real recorded drum kit, often you may not even need to use reverb on drums, because there may already be an overhead mic and a room mic recording, which already place the drums in an acoustic space. But if the drums were recorded without a room mic or overheads, and were only recorded with close mics, then you probably will want to give it a little bit of reverb. Otherwise it'll probably sound quite lifeless. And the same goes for sampled drums and drum machines that don't already have reverb on them. So if we're using the reverb to place the drum kit in an acoustic space, then we probably want to use a room reverb with quite a short decay. So we'll just use the one reverb on the whole kit for now, and we'll use it as a send effect, and we'll just turn it all the way up for the moment. And if we have a look at some of the presets on the Sonox reverb, in particular in the ambient submenu, you can see there's a lot of presets intended for drums. And if we just flick through a couple of them, you'll notice they all sound like they're a small space, and the size settings are quite low, and also the reverb time is quite short as well. So the intention here is really not to swamp the drums with reverb, it's just to give this ambience, and it has much the effect that a room mic or overheads would have on the drums. So it's really just to place it in a small room to give it that presence. And if we have a look down in the rooms menu as well, you'll also see a drum room setting here. And that might be a slightly larger room sound, but it's still a room sound, as opposed to maybe a hall or other longer reverb sound. And a lot of the time you can just try any of the room settings. That's made the space sound quite a lot larger. Now, as I said before, sometimes the overheads or room mic might be enough so that you don't actually need reverb on the drums. But sometimes adding a bit of reverb to the overhead or room mic, or both, can enhance them and bring them out even more. And in fact, sometimes you might want to just put reverb on them and no other drum sounds. So let's just have a listen to them soloed first. Now, before we even worry about adding reverb to them, there's a couple of things we could do to bring them out a bit more. First, we could just turn them up. Or we could try compressing them to level them out a bit more. You could also try panning them a bit, just to create a bit of space between them. And just doing those couple of things could make a bit of a difference without using reverb. But now if we start turning the send up, we might need to unsolo that so that we can hear it. And here's how they sound just through the reverb. So really that's just like adding the reverb to the whole kit, but by adding it here, we're adding it from the perspective of the overheads and room mic. So now, just to give a perspective on why we're using shorter reverb times on the drums, let's have a listen to what it would sound like if we used a reverb with a long decay time. You can hear it gets very messy and it's hard to make out the drum sounds, and most of the time the drums are like the backbone, so you really don't want them to get lost like that. And the reason this is happening is because the decay time is longer than the length of time between the beats. So you actually can use a reverb with a longer decay time, you just need to set the timing a bit more so that it fits with the tempo of your track. Reverb is largely a time-based effect, and so as timing is so important in music, particularly with drums, then you need to make sure the timing of the reverb fits with the timing of the music. As a general rule, the faster the tempo of the track, the shorter you want the reverb time to be. and that's because as the track speeds up, the amount of time between each beat gets shorter. So let's have a look at how we can do this. Using a reverb on ascend with a longer reverb time, we're going to work on the snare. So we've got it soloed so that we can just hear the snare, and I've got the send turned all the way up, maybe more than we'd actually use it, so that we can really hear what's going on. And in fact, you may even want to turn the volume on the return track up a bit, just so you can really hear that reverb while we work on it. You can always turn it down later. And you can hear that reverb's quite long, and it's actually longer than the gap between each snare. So it's overlapping, and that's basically what we're trying to avoid. So to start with, what we really just want to focus on is getting that reverb time down so that after each snare it's mostly decayed away before the next one hits. And you could get quite precise with this and work out exact times, but then you'd probably just find that it sounded too short. Another important setting that could affect the timing is the size controls, in particular in the early reflection section. Now we can control the mix between the two. At the moment you can see it's mostly towards the tail, so with this preset the emphasis is more on this reverb tail stage. I might leave this one for the moment and we'll turn the balance toward the early reflection stage and focus on that one for the moment. And you can hear those reflections sort of bouncing around the room, so if I pull down the size control a bit, it becomes a lot more manageable. But in doing that, we're starting to move away from that longer decay that we were originally trying to work with. And that may not matter once we turn the tail back up again. But ultimately, the important thing we're focusing on is just getting it in time. So it may be that you can leave the size setting a bit bigger, but just spend a bit more time tuning it and getting the timing spot on. But ultimately it might just be simpler to use a smaller size setting, especially as the balance leans more towards the reverb tail anyway. Now sometimes you might want to actually try the timing with the kick drum as well, just to make sure that it's not overlapping too much with the kick drum. Now it doesn't necessarily have to decay away completely or anything like that. It just has to be enough so that it's fully underneath the next beat and not clashing with it and overwhelming it at all. And so this type of technique can be used for timing all of the reverbs in your project. Getting the reverb's timing right can make everything a lot tighter, not just for the drums. But using the snare drum and possibly the kick to get the timing right does make it a lot easier. Now in most cases you probably want to avoid putting any reverb on the kick drum, because with reverb, the lower frequencies will very quickly make it sound muddy and take away a lot of the clarity. And as I said before, as the drums tend to be the backbone of a song, you really don't want that with drums. But having said that, if you remove some of those lower frequencies, adding a little bit of reverb to the kick can give it some presence. So if you do want to add some reverb to the kick, then you probably want to have a very short, tight reverb. So just pull the size down a bit. You definitely don't want the reverb to carry on with the kick, it will just swamp everything. It also might be an idea to turn the stereo width down and just have it in mono. Remember on the Ableton reverb that was the stereo control. There's no real need to have the kick in stereo, and having it in mono will make it that little bit more solid. So if we turn the tail back up again and then turn the reverb time down, that's made it sound quite nice and tight now. Could maybe turn it up just a little bit. And maybe I'll turn the early reflections up a bit more and set the balance somewhere in between. So we've taken care of the size now. Now we want to take away some of the lower frequencies to avoid getting any sort of boominess. The Sonnox Reverb has an EQ section, and we could either just try cutting it a little bit in this lower frequency region, but it might just be simpler to use a high pass filter and roll off some of the lower frequencies. And in fact, a lot of the time it's probably not a bad idea to do this generally with reverb. Of course, it totally depends on what you're doing, but as I said, the lower frequencies are where a lot of the muddiness will come from, and the reverb can really accentuate that. But as always, use your ears. You just need to be aware of the lower frequencies and the timing of the reverb. Okay, thanks for watching. See you next time. In this tutorial we're going to have a look at reverb on guitar. We're going to start off by looking at acoustic guitar, and basically what we've got here is a set with 5 Sonox reverbs loaded on return tracks, and so we're going to use it as a send effect. And we'll start off with some of the factory presets, and we'll have a look at some of the settings that are loaded with those presets and how they're suitable for guitar. So as a general rule, anytime you're using reverb, I would personally start out with an idea of what it is you want. You can just mess about with the settings until it sounds good if you want to, but you'll probably get better results if you start out with an idea in mind of what it is you want, how you want the guitar to sound, and then try and create that with the reverb. So for example, if you recorded the guitar with a close mic and there's no ambience from the space it was recorded in, then you might want to make up for that by adding a bit of room reverb. And the room may not need to be that big. You can hear it's not swamping the sound so that it's overwhelmed by lots of reverb. It's just adding a bit of fullness, and you can see the reverb time is not that long, and the size settings aren't that big either, although the size in the reverb tail section is maybe a little bit bigger than the size in the early reflection section. And you can see the reverb mix is slightly more balanced towards the early reflections. Also, the absorption settings are set to about halfway, so that has the effect of taking away some of the higher frequencies, and that might be controlled with the high frequency damping in some other reverbs. So to contrast that, let's try a reverb with a longer decay setting. So this one's a hall reverb. Now, as we did in the tutorial on drums, it might be an idea to set the reverb time so that the reverb fits the timing of the song. Although really the main reason for doing that is just to make sure that the decay of the reverb doesn't overlap the next beat. And it may be enough just to turn the send down a bit so that the tail is low enough in volume for it to not be a problem. You could also try turning the absorption controls down a bit to preserve more of the higher frequencies, as they give an acoustic guitar more of its clarity and brilliance. And also with a longer reverb, you might want to think about cutting some of the lower frequencies, because with a reverb they'll build up very quickly and make the sound very muddy and unclear. Another setting worth trying with acoustic guitar, if your reverb has it, is a plate setting. The Sonox reverb doesn't have reverb types like that, but there are some plate reverb presets, and they'll basically be set up to sound like a plate reverb. But a lot of reverbs do have different reverb types like plate, room, hall and so on, and if they don't, then they'll probably have presets like this one. So one of the characteristics you may notice is its brightness. And one of the ways this is achieved is by having the absorption set really low, or in the case of the early reflections, it's off altogether. So this is allowing a lot of brightness in the virtual space. And so on other reverbs that might mean turning the high frequency damping off. So you'll notice we've got medium settings on the reverb time and size settings. Again, you might want to try lowering the reverb time to make it fit better with the tempo of the project, so that it doesn't overlap the next beat, or you could just turn the send down a bit and see if that works. As I've said before, it really depends on what you want out of the project. If you've just got an acoustic guitar and vocals, then it could well work to have a long reverb time. But if you've got lots of other instruments in the mix, then it might be an idea not to go overboard here. So moving on to electric guitar now. This blues rhythm guitar was recorded with a room mic, so there's already some of the ambience of the room it was recorded in the recording. Now you may be happy with that as it is, or you could maybe try adding a bit more with a room reverb. But you might just want to bear in mind that if you're adding room reverb to a recording that already has some natural reverb in it, then you've got less control over it, and the sound could get overly complex and maybe end up taking away some of the clarity. It really depends on the recording, so use your ears ultimately, but that's something you need to watch out for when there's natural reverb already in the recording. So you can maybe try some different settings, such as maybe this stereo enhance preset, which you'll notice has very small size settings and a short reverb time, because we're not really using it to create an acoustic space. We're using it to give it a bit more stereo width and bring it out a bit more, and just give it a bit more presence. Moving on to lead guitar, you can have a bit more freedom to experiment with lead guitar, but there's also a few more things to consider. Firstly, with lead guitar, often there'll be some kind of effects already on the sound. such as from effects pedals or from the amp, so there may already be reverb in the sound. And if that's the case, then you probably don't want to touch it at all, other than maybe a setting like stereo enhance as we just saw, but only if it really needs it. But other than that, if you're working with a dry lead sound, then it's more or less anything goes. Just experiment and see what you like. As I said earlier, it helps if you set out with a plan in mind of what you want. So if you know that you want the lead guitar to sound really upfront and in your face, then you probably want to try shorter reverb time like the room or stereo enhanced settings we've just seen. But if it's a really long, deep, heavily sustaining lead sound you're after, then you might want to try some longer reverb settings. So let's just have a listen to an example with a longer reverb setting. So as always, try it in the mix, see how it mixes with everything else. If it's too much and it's swamping everything, then you might want to try pulling it back a bit. Be aware of the reverb time, make sure it's not too long and swamping everything. And also probably not a bad idea to filter off those lower frequencies. Most of the presence we're getting from it is in these higher frequencies here. And so really if you just keep those main points in mind, then you're probably pretty safe to experiment with some different settings. And with rock rhythm guitar sounds like this one, there's no point even looking at the longer reverb sounds, but those shorter room sounds and ambience type presets can really do a lot for it. You can hear that brings it out front even more, but you really want short sounds, short reverb time, small room size, things like that. And the same goes for metal type guitar sounds as well. Definitely don't want any kind of long reverb sounds. Again, just shorter room sounds, ambience settings, anything to bring it out a bit more and just make it stand out. And as for bass guitar, you'll notice unlike the chapters on compression and EQ, I've included bass in with the guitar tutorial. And the reason I've done that is because I'm not going to say a lot about bass, because on the whole, I generally don't recommend you use reverb at all on bass. Bass, like drums, is kind of the backbone of the song, and you really want it to just sit at the back and hold everything together. Now, having said that, there may be some times when you might want to use a little bit of room reverb, because you'll notice on this track the finger bass is recorded with a room mic, which means the natural reverb or ambience of the room the bass amp was recorded in will make up part of that recording. And that might have been recorded in conjunction with a DI or direct input bass, just to make up for any presence that might not be there as a result of it being plugged straight into the mixer or sound card or preamp. So it'll probably be just subtly mixed in to provide that sort of ambience. And so if you don't have a room mic recording, then you might want to use reverb to make up for that and create that effect. And you'll notice very short reverb time, small room size. You'll see the absorption setting is actually quite high in both cases. That's probably not a bad thing on bass. We'll take away a lot of those higher frequencies. Remember that might be damping on other reverbs. I'd definitely advise taking out some of the lower frequencies, maybe using the EQ section, sticking a high pass filter on it. That way you retain all the control over the lower frequencies, which is what you want for the bass. Now at the end of the day, it's entirely up to you. I definitely don't want to discourage experimentation, and after all, reverb is just an effect like any other effect, and so depending on how you use it, you could create some really interesting effects with it. You just need to be aware that if you do, you probably want to make sure you take out the lower frequencies before the reverb, such as with this EQ section, and also keep in mind that the more you add reverb to bass, the more you risk making it less solid and grounded. But that could be what you want. If you've got really solid bassy drums, you might want the bass more as a lead type instrument. So feel free to experiment with it. We're just not going to devote any more time to it because it's not really something that is important for bass. Okay, well, we'll leave it there. Thanks for watching. See you next time. In this tutorial, we're going to have a look at reverb on vocals. Vocals are possibly one of the most important places you might use reverb. You could almost say that reverb on vocals is a lot more essential than maybe with other instruments, which might be more optional, because dry vocals can sound very dull, lifeless, disembodied, almost like the singer is separate to the mix.
See they run.
While adding reverb to the vocals can place them in an acoustic space, give them presence and make them stand out, and help them to gel with the mix, almost like glue that holds it all together.
See how they run.
Now, of course, we don't really have an example here of vocals in a mix, we're just listening to them on their own. But when setting your reverb, always try it in the mix and make sure that it works with all the other sounds. But just like we've seen with the other instruments so far throughout this chapter, there are some basic principles for working out what's appropriate. First and foremost, the style of music and the effect you're aiming for will determine the type of reverb to use. And in some ways this is the most important point, as what might be good advice for one style of music may not suit another style. For example, vocals are generally meant to be at the forefront, because probably in most cases, the emphasis needs to be on the singer and the lyrics, and so they need to be clear and stand out. But there's also been plenty of artists who have used lots of reverb on the vocals so that it's kind of swamped and it's creating more of a general musical feeling rather than necessarily hearing what the vocalist is saying. And really that's totally fine if that's the artist's intention. So this is why the first thing that really needs to be established is what you're trying to do. But as we don't have time to go over every possible musical style in existence, we're just really going to have a look at some of the basic principles that you need to bear in mind when using reverb on vocals. So reverb settings with a shorter reverb time and smaller size settings, and with the balance maybe more towards the early reflection stage, such as you might find with a room preset or ambience preset, can have the effect of strengthening the dry signal, making it stand out more and sound fuller, and also bring it closer to the listener. So settings like this might be good for lead vocals because they help bring it to the forefront. While settings with longer decay times, where the reverb time is longer and the size settings are higher, and where the balance is maybe leaning more towards the reverb tail stage, can maybe add to the musicality and create some nice effects. But it can also reduce intelligibility and can also fill in all the space in the mix, which can make the mix lack in contrast. And also longer reverbs tend to have the effect of pushing the vocals into the background. So first work out what you want. If you want the vocal to sound more up front, then use shorter decay times and smaller size settings, maybe tip the balance more towards early reflections. If you want it more in the background, use longer reverb times, with more of the reverb tail in the mix. But of course, one of the benefits of using reverb as a send effect is you can use a mixture of both. So use a shorter reverb with a room or ambience setting on one of the sends to keep the vocal up front and prevent it from getting pushed into the background, and then have a longer reverb on another send, and that way you can more easily set the balance between the two and have the best of both worlds. Of course, as we've already seen, you can usually achieve much the same effect by setting the balance between the early reflections and the reverb tail on the reverb itself. And that may keep it cleaner and simpler, but by doing it with two sends, then you have more immediate control straight from your mixer, and you also might get a more complex and rich sound. And on top of that, you could even use more than one reverb plugin and take the best from each. So if one reverb's better at the early reflections and another one is better at the reverberation, then you could stick them each on a different return track and use the best one for each situation. Another way you could possibly get away with using longer reverb times without swamping the vocal is to delay the onset of the reverb a little bit using the pre-delay, if your reverb has one, and this will allow more of the original signal through before adding reverb to it, which preserves a little bit of the clarity and intelligibility. Maybe you can try setting somewhere between 50 and 100 milliseconds. And maybe reduce the amount a little just by pulling the send down a bit. And of course you need to try it in the mix with everything playing to really get an idea of how it sounds. Bright reverbs can also be good on vocals. You'll notice the low absorption settings. That allows the higher frequencies to stay in the signal. Often a plate reverb might be a good choice for a bright reverb. But bright reverbs on vocals can also emphasise the sibilance or the SE sounds. So you may want to think about using an EQ to take some of those sibilance frequencies out, which tend to be between 6 and 9 kilohertz. Or if you have access to a de-esser plugin, then maybe you could try putting the de-esser on the same return track before the reverb. Or if you don't have a de-esser or an EQ in your reverb unit, you could just stick an EQ on the same track before the reverb and just cut around the sibilance frequencies. By dealing with the sibilance on the same track as the reverb, then you may not need to do anything to the main audio track that the vocal is on, which could be a good thing because there might be some presence in those frequencies that you don't really want to take away from the vocal. And it also might be that just adding the reverb has exacerbated the sibilance and it wasn't such a problem without it. So if it's the reverb that's exacerbating most of the sibilance, then it's better to deal with it there. If you're working with backing vocals, then the chances are that you want them in the background behind the lead vocal. And that might mean you don't need to worry so much about bringing them into the foreground. So you could maybe have a shorter reverb on the lead vocal and a longer reverb on the backing vocal.
Her love is so heavy, the price that you pay.
Of course, these two parts aren't really meant to be a lead and a backing vocal. I'm just using them to demonstrate. So you can hear how that's working. The lead sounds much more up front and the backing vocal sounds like it's in the background. And then you could probably even add some of the longer reverb to the lead as well, because you've got the shorter reverb to keep it up front, and that might help link the lead and the backing vocal together a bit more. And of course, as we've seen throughout the chapter, it might be an idea to take out some of the lower frequencies, maybe stick a high pass filter on the reverb. And in fact, as we're only cutting for the reverb, we can actually afford to cut out more of the lower frequencies, in fact take it up to maybe even as high as 3 kilohertz. Because with reverb, the lower frequencies can very quickly cause muddiness and take away a lot of the clarity, and we can still get a lot of presence from the reverb from just the higher frequencies. And of course, as always, just play around and ultimately use your ears. It will depend on what you're trying to do and how you want it to sound.
Her love is so heavy, the price that you pay.
Okay, well that's it. Thanks for watching. See you next time. In this tutorial, we're going to have a look at some of the basics of delay. Delay is an effect that takes the input signal and plays it back after a set period of time. The concept of delay originated with magnetic tape, and the delay was created by feeding the output from the play head of the tape machine back into the record head. And as there's a gap between the two heads, it takes a moment for the signal on tape to travel between them, and that's what causes the delay. The delay time could be changed by speeding up or slowing down the playback of the tape, or even by adjusting the positions of the heads on the tape machine, and the volume of the signal fed back into the record head would determine how long the delay kept going for. This type of delay could sound good and add a lot of character to the sound, but it also had a lot of limitations. With the type of digital delay you'll find in a DAW, a lot of the same limitations don't apply. For example, delay time with tape depends on attributes of the physical medium, such as the length of tape, distance between heads, and so on. While with digital delay, the audio is stored in a memory buffer, which is dependent more on things like how much RAM you have in your computer. Also with tape delay, as you have to change the delay time by speeding up or slowing down the tape, it will also affect the pitch, just like with a vinyl record on a turntable if you speed it up or slow it down. Another difference is that with digital delay, it's possible for the delayed sound to be identical to the input signal, while with tape, the sound will be influenced by the characteristics of the tape, including degradation in quality or coloration of the sound. But in a lot of cases, that's actually considered a good thing. In fact, there are lots of plugins around that specifically try and emulate the sound of a tape delay. But as our focus here is on DAW effects, we're just going to look at the standard digital delay you'll find with most DAWs. So we're going to use 3 of the included Ableton delays, starting with the simple delay. So firstly, the delay time decides how quickly the delay will repeat, and this is like speeding up or slowing down the tape, and that's measured in milliseconds. Then the feedback setting decides how much of the signal is sent back into the input. So it's a little bit like a volume control, but it's measured as a percentage. And as you can hear, it decides how long the delay continues for. And you'll also notice that it doesn't go above 95%. And there's a good reason for that. If the feedback was set to 100%, then the volume of the signal would stay the same forever. But it would also still keep being mixed with the output, so the volume will keep increasing, until eventually it starts distorting or clipping or even damages equipment. While if the setting is lower than 100%, then each time the output is passed back into the input, it's slightly less, so it will gradually decrease in volume until it fades away completely. Another advantage that digital delay has over tape delay is that you can synchronize it to your DAW's tempo. This makes it a lot easier to keep the delay in time with the song, which is not so easy with tape delay because you have to do it manually and get it as close as you can. With this kind of delay, usually you just press a sync button like this one, and then you choose the timing of the delay in beats. There's also a fine control here, so you can adjust it a little so that it's not so rigidly sticking to the beats. This kind of allows you to have a bit of a cross between sync mode and time mode. Then we have a dry wet control to control how much of the effect we're hearing. So with it set to 50%, that means the first delayed signal will be exactly the same volume as the dry signal, but if we turn it to 100%, you'll notice we don't hear the dry signal at all. And if you look at these meters to the left, you'll notice that the MIDI note is triggered and the sound leaves the MIDI device, but it's not actually heard till a beat later. So that might be something you need to be aware of if you're using the delay on something where the rhythm is crucial, like drums for example. But really, if you're using delay as an insert effect like this, then you probably don't want it set to 100% anyway. Now before we move on, just a couple of things that are specific to the Ableton Simple Delay plugin. The simple delay is basically two delay units in one for each of the left and right channels, and they can both be operated together as one mono delay if this link button is enabled, but if we turn that off we can operate both channels completely independently. So if you change the settings on either of them, they have no effect on the other one. So let's just have a quick look at the ping pong delay. It basically gets its name from the kind of bouncing sound that is created between the left and right channels. And it mostly works in the same way as the simple delay, with the main difference being that the feedback for each channel is fed into the opposite channel. So for example, the output of the left channel is fed into the input of the right channel and vice versa. And so you'll notice that we don't have the option of controlling each channel independently, because it's this cross feedback that creates the interesting interaction between the left and right channels. And as you can see, just like the simple delay, we can either synchronize it to the project or run it independently. It also has a quite cool freeze function, which is this F button here, and that will just keep whatever pattern is currently playing repeating until the button's switched off. It also has this bandpass filter, which can be really useful for shaping the sound of the delay. So you can filter the sound over time. And you'll notice the progressive effect it has, where it's filtered more and more with each repetition, because it still keeps getting filtered every time it's fed back through the delay. So the ping pong delay can create some really interesting effects and rhythms. The third delay we might see throughout this chapter is the filter delay. It's kind of in a way like a cross between the two of them, but the feedback doesn't cross over like it does with the ping pong delay. So it's maybe a bit more like the simple delay, in that we have independent control over the different channels, But we also have this third channel that's a combination of the left and right channels together, so it can maybe function as a center channel. You can switch any one of these off if you want to, and they all basically have completely independent control. They even have their own volume controls and feedback control, so it's really like 3 different delay plugins in one. It also has these pan controls which allow you to override the input settings, so that you can basically pan them wherever you like. But if you leave them at their default settings, or reset them by pressing these triangles, then they'll automatically just be panned to the same side as their input channel. And each delay also has its own filter, so we can filter each channel differently. So maybe have the left channel down lower, the right channel a bit higher, and the center channel somewhere in the middle maybe. And of course then they each have their own delay times, with their own feedback settings and volume as well. Okay, well we'll leave it there. Thanks for watching. See you next time. In this tutorial we're going to have a look at delay on drums. Delay can work really well on drums. It can create all kinds of interesting polyrhythms and really add some personality to them. But it can also really easily create confusion and clutter up the sound if it's overdone. So it's definitely worth trying and experimenting with, but the golden rule with delay on drums is don't use too much. And aside from that one point, it's not really like the other effects that we've looked at in this series so far. There's a lot less to delay, it's a much simpler effect. So there's much more freedom to experiment and play around with it, and really just make sure you don't overdo it. But when working with drums, obviously timing is very important, so it's probably an idea to make sure sync mode is enabled so that it's synchronized to the project tempo. You can get it in time if you're in time mode, but you have to do it manually by ear, so it can be quite tricky, so it's just easier to put it in sync mode. And that way you just set it in increments of 16th notes. So we can turn up the feedback and make it go for a bit longer, and then change the delay time just by choosing the 16th note increments that we want. This setting at the moment, 3/16, is quite a good one for creating some interesting rhythms. It doesn't sound quite so straight. And if we turn off the link button, we can have separate settings for each channel. And that gives us a nice stereo effect where each channel has a different timing. As I said before, delay can make it very easy to clutter up the mix, and so a control to keep your eye on is the feedback control. If the feedback is set too high, then the delay will just keep on going, which will very quickly make it get very cluttered and confusing. And if you've seen the reverb chapter, then the feedback control could be treated a bit similar to the reverb time, in that you can use it to set the delay to the timing of the project by making it so that the delay only carries on until the next beat. And so in this case we just have a clap that repeats once every bar, and that means we can have quite a long feedback time that pretty much lasts the whole bar until the next clap triggers. But if the clap played twice in the bar, then we might need to reduce the feedback to stop it overlapping with the next beat, because that's where it'll start to sound cluttered. Now if we were to play a full drum loop through the delay, and you can hear that's really messy. Using a delay in this kind of way over a whole drum kit doesn't really work. What we really need is separate control for each drum sound. And rather than putting a delay on every single drum sound, probably the best way to go about doing that is to use the delay as a send effect, just like we did with the reverb. So if you haven't already watched the tutorial on using reverb as a send effect, then it's probably a good idea to go and check that out first. But in this example, we're going to look at using it with the Ableton drum rack, which has its own returns and sends that can be used internally just inside the drum rack. And you can operate them in the same way as normal sends by using the inline rack mixer, which is accessed by pressing these triangles on tracks that contain drum racks. But if you're using a different DAW that doesn't have anything similar to this, then you may need to give each drum sound its own track. And another point to remember when using effects as sends is to make sure that the dry-wet control is set to 100%, because you already have the dry signal on the track. And in the case of the filter delay, you just do that by turning down the dry amount, because each delay has its own volume control. So that's more or less the same as turning it up to 100% wet. So just as we saw with reverb, By using as a send effect, we can send individual drum sounds to the one effect, so we can use the same one on more than one drum sound. And likewise, we can send the same drum sound to more than one effect. And so if we just solo that return track, then we can hear what's being sent to that delay, and it's creating some quite interesting polyrhythms. But another thing you can do with the delay, especially when using it on a send, is to use it in a similar way to how we used room and ambient settings on the reverb, just to give a sound some presence and space. So it's kind of taking the place of the early reflections part of the reverb. And in fact, some engineers actually prefer using a delay over a reverb for this because it can sound cleaner, mainly because it's more consistent and predictable. And the way to do this is to set it to time mode so it's not synchronized to the project tempo, and then use very short delay times. And if you set the left and right channels so that they're a little bit different to each other, then that will enhance that stereo effect, and the feedback probably doesn't need to be too high. So all we're really doing here is delaying the left and right channels independently from each other and mixing them with the direct signal, so that creates that ambience and stereo effect. But if we now start to turn the feedback up, it starts to sound a lot more synthetic and electronic. And it sounds really nice with the two channels separate from each other. It gives it that nice stereo effect. But you could also press the link button and have it the same for both channels. It basically makes it mono, which might not be so good for the ambience type effects, but it's really good for individual hits like this. So you can have a lot of fun playing about with those settings, especially if you start automating the changes. Now, depending on the source material that you're delaying, especially if there's a lot of low frequency energy in it, just like was the case with the reverb, you can end up making it sound quite muddy if there's too much going on there. So you probably want to have some sort of control over the frequencies. We could just stick an EQ here before the delay and do it that way, but it might be simpler to use one of the other delays that already has a filter. So let's try the ping pong delay. Do the same thing, set it to time and then give it a quite short delay time. Maybe turn the feedback down a bit, and then we could start playing about with the bandpass filter. Let's just solo that so we can hear it better. But in fact, having that ability to filter the frequencies as we go can also have benefits with longer delay times and higher feedback settings, and also in sync mode. Because you can hear that progressive effect it's having on the delay, so that even though it's continuing for a long time, a lot of the meat of it's been stripped away, so it's not cluttering it up so much. And in fact, we might even be able to get away with trying it on things like the kick drum, because these lower frequencies would be the ones likely to cause a problem with a kick drum, and if we didn't filter them out, then it could cause a lot of muddiness. Probably don't need the feedback to be quite so high. Maybe try a lower frequency and also lower the resonance to give it a narrower bandwidth. But one problem with using the ping pong delay is we have no control over the feedback for the left and right channels. Because if you remember from the delay overview tutorial, with a ping pong delay the feedback crosses over and the left channel feeds back into the right channel and vice versa. So to give us even more control options, we might be better off with the filter delay. The filter delay has 3 separate delays and we can operate them all completely independently. And in fact, we can even turn some of them off. And because each one has its own filter, they can each occupy a different part of the frequency spectrum. So at the moment we've got the left channel high and the right channel low. If we turn the left-right mix back on, which is more or less the center, then we can let that take up the mid-range. And you can hear it create some really interesting and elaborate effects. But as you can probably hear, as soon as we bring in the rest of the sounds, we've got a lot more going on here. So with the filter delay especially, you really need to be careful not to overdo it. And that's really the golden rule with delay in general, but with the filter delay, as we've got 3 of them, then you really need to watch what you use it on. But you do have a lot more control options. If you're going to try it on something like a kick drum, I'd probably avoid using all 3 of them and be really wary of panning, because the kick drum is kind of like the backbone, so it needs to be quite solid, and often that works better if it's in the center. But then you could maybe try turning off the left and right channels. So we're basically doing the same thing as we did with the ping pong delay, but this delay might be a bit more appropriate because we're able to use it in mono without those stereo ping pong effects. And so that kind of works with the filter around the mid-range. It creates that nice percussive effect without making it muddy or clashing with the kick drum. So getting back to the ambience effect, the filter delay is possibly a better choice here as well. I might turn off the middle delay and just focus on the left and right for the moment. And you can hear that creates a much nicer stereo spread because the left and right channels are completely independent, so we can filter them differently and have different feedback settings. Then we could maybe bring in the center one again. And each one has its own volume control, so we can turn it down and mix it better with the other delays. And you might notice that on the filter delay, we can actually go up to 100% on the feedback. This is because we have these separate volume controls, so we can stop it from getting too overbearing with that. But you can hear with the filter delay we can create some really nice and interesting effects. Another thing that might be worth looking at with filter delay is hi-hats. You can create some really nice polyrhythms and really enhance the hi-hats and bring out some of that shimmering effect. And really, I'm not going for anything too specific, I'm just playing around with the different settings, trying different delay times, just seeing what sounds good. And that little bit of separation between the left and right channels can be a good thing to enhance that stereo effect. Now you may notice sometimes in sync mode that because it's so perfectly in time, you might get that bit of a masking effect, and some of the original notes might get lost because they're covered over by the delay, because the delay falls at the same time. And in fact, some engineers prefer not to use any kind of synchronization and tune it themselves manually for this exact reason. But we can have the best of both worlds by using this fine control here and maybe delaying it slightly or bringing it slightly forward. And you can hear that's had the effect of kind of loosening it up a bit. I might stick that hi-hat through as well. And so as you can see, you can actually do quite a lot with delay, even though it's actually quite a simple effect and there aren't too many controls to think about. But just by using them as send effects and playing about with the delay time and feedback settings, you can actually do quite a lot. So we'll leave it there. Thanks for watching. See you next time. In this tutorial we're going to have a look at delay on guitar and bass. Delay is an effect that can be used a lot on guitar in a number of different ways. In a lot of cases it might be an effect that a guitarist uses as part of his rig. So if you're recording a guitar that's already going through an effects processor, then if the sound already contains delay, then you probably don't want to add any more at all. And if there is already delay in the sound, then you might want to think about whether or not you want to turn it off before recording so that you can add delay from your DAW, or whether you just want to use the delay that's already part of the guitar sound. And basically there are benefits to both ways of doing it. If you use the delay from the guitarist's rig, then the chances are the guitarist will already be familiar with it and will play according to the delay settings. Because that's something that's important to remember with effects like delay that affect timing. Because it can sound so different with the effect on, then usually it's an idea to have the musician play with that effect, because they'll usually play differently to fit in with the timing of the effect. So even if you're using a delay inside the DAW, then it might be an idea to play with the delay on even if it's not being recorded to disk. And another benefit to using the guitarist delay is that it will probably be fed into an amplifier, and that will affect how it sounds. To look at an example, I'm going to use Native Instruments Guitar Rig as an amp simulator, and we'll just have a quick look at how it can be different if we put the delay before the amp simulator to if we put it after. So you might be able to hear that it's being saturated a little bit by the amp simulator. It's adding a bit of coloration to the sound. So if we now try putting the delay afterwards, there's less of that saturation there and it's got a cleaner sound. Now, as always, it totally depends on what you're after, so you need to make the decision of whether you want the sound to be affected by the amp simulator or amp, or whether that doesn't really matter. And if it doesn't matter, then one of the main benefits to adding the effect later is that you then have the freedom to change and alter the delay as much as you like later on. This means you can adjust it in the mix and make sure that it fits with everything else, and the delay doesn't clash with any other delays that might be in the song. This can be important because while the guitar might sound really good on its own, once you add it to the mix it might not work, especially with effects that alter the timing like delay and reverb, because they could cause timing problems and make the mix sound messy and cluttered. And another benefit is you can use the delay as a send effect and use it on other instruments as well, although again be careful not to use too much delay and clutter up the mix. So to move on to some delay settings that might be suitable for a guitar, overall you should probably just experiment. There aren't really too many set rules on using delay, it's quite a simple effect without too many parameters, and ultimately you should just do what sounds good while being careful not to clutter it up or make it sound messy by using too much wet level, or setting the send too high, or setting too high a feedback setting. And also make sure it's in time, which is easiest by setting it to sync mode. So for the sake of convenience, we're just going to use the delay as a send effect. And at the moment we're sending to return A, which has this simple delay on it. So first off, you can use the delay in much the same way that we used a reverb with room or ambience settings, just to give it some presence and to make it stand out a bit. And in fact, some engineers prefer to use delay for this over reverb because it can be a bit cleaner and maybe a bit more consistent and predictable. In a way, it's kind of making up for the early reflection stage of the reverb. So basically we want to set it to time so that we can use shorter delay settings. And where it's set at the moment, around the 20 milliseconds mark, is probably not a bad starting point. And I've got the link button switched off so that I can have the two channels independent from each other, and that will help create that nice stereo effect. And I've also got a fairly low feedback setting. And really there's no magic setting, just play around with it until it sounds good. So that's not a bad sound, that makes it sound nice and full, gives it a nice bit of stereo separation and brings it out a bit more, just like the room and ambience settings on the reverb did in the previous chapter. But if we try the same thing with the filter delay, then we have a filter for each channel and we also have a separate feedback control for each channel. And that can really help enhance that stereo effect a bit more, because there's more separation and control over the left and right channels. So the filter delay is probably a good one to go for because it's a lot more flexible and offers a lot more control options. Now if we start to increase the delay time a bit, we can create that short echo effect called slapback delay you might find on 1950s rock and roll or rockabilly. For this effect you want to turn the feedback all the way down so that it just repeats once, because that's how the slapback delay worked. And also you might want to use the filters to take away some of the top end, because tape had the effect of doing that. You could also try setting it to sync mode and just setting the delay time to 1/16th, and that will still give a similar effect. But you'll notice that's taken away some of the stereo separation because the times of both channels are now identical, so you might want to just try the fine control to separate them a little bit. But in the 1950s they didn't really have this kind of stereo, so this kind of stereo separation is probably not that authentic sounding. So we might want to turn on the center channel and turn off the left and right channels and just use it in mono. And really, if you're after that effect, you can just keep playing around with the settings until it sounds how you want it to. And in fact, that's basically the approach we're going to take for the rest of this tutorial. We're just going to flick through some of the different settings and try some longer delay settings, and just have a bit of a look at what can work for a guitar. And as I say, this is really an area where you can just start to experiment for yourself, so long as you don't overdo it and have too much delay or too longer feedback settings, or let it get out of time. And of course always try it in the mix, and really you just want to make sure that it doesn't clutter it up and make it sound messy. So I'm just starting off in mono, which in a lot of cases might be fine for guitar, especially if you're going into an amp simulator or an amp. I'm just going to turn up the feedback control to make the delay go on for a bit longer. So we'll try some different delay times. 2/16 can create a good echo effect. And 3/16 is actually quite a good setting for guitar. It might sound quite familiar actually, especially on this riff. Guitar is a fairly mid-range heavy instrument, so it might not hurt to set the filter around the middle here. Now setting it to 4/16, we're starting to head into longer delay times here, where quite a bit of a riff gets repeated and looped. Settings like 5 and 6 create more syncopated type rhythms, because they don't slot neatly into the bar. Along with 3/16, these are all quite good for creating some interesting syncopation. 6 is obviously the double of 3, so it has a lot in common with 3/16. It's just twice the length, but it has a similar rhythmic feel. And then 8 is obviously a much longer setting, that's like looping half a bar. Now you notice when we've got the feedback up that high, a lot of the notes are doubling up and it's creating that kind of phasing effect. You can work around this by adjusting the fine control a little bit, and that just puts it slightly out of time with the rhythm so that it's not doubling up so much. But as you can hear, it's starting to get really quite messy now, so it's probably not such a good idea in this situation, but it can work in some situations. And then if you set it to 16, it's basically a whole bar, so you can loop whole riffs. Now I might turn on the left and right channels again so that we can have some nice stereo effects again. It can work really nicely to have a different delay time in each channel, especially numbers that relate to each other like 3 and 6 do. So we can have a mixture of 3 different delays all at the same time. fact, we could even try turning the middle channel off now and just have the left and right going. Just the mixture of these two is actually quite a nice combination. Now let's bring in some lead guitar as well. So as we've now got two guitar parts going, this is where we might start to find it gets messy. So it might be an idea to reduce the feedback on at least one of them. And in the case where you have a lead and rhythm together, I'd say it makes most sense to have the lead with the longer delay times and the rhythm with shorter delay times. Because often with lead, as is the case here, it doesn't tend to be playing constantly. So you can afford to have long delay times that keep going. And you'll notice that even after turning the feedback down on the rhythm guitar, it doesn't sound lacking, it still works. And so setting these filters all in different places can really create a nice texture. And as they're in different channels, it adds to that stereo effect. Because some frequencies are more prominent in one channel than the other. So let's just try it with bass and drums to hear how it sounds. It's maybe a little bit loud. Could also probably turn the send down a little bit on the rhythm guitar. It's generally always a good idea to try it in the mix. Don't get too carried away with trying it on its own because you can get it sounding great. As soon as you put it back into the mix, it sounds wrong. And so there we go, you can actually do a lot with delay on guitar. It can really add a whole new dimension. So we'll just take a very quick look at bass, and just like with the reverb chapter, I've included it in with the guitar, because delay is probably not something you really need to use too much on bass. Of course, that's completely subjective. There could be a lot of situations where it works really well, and it's always worth experimenting, but we're going to take the view here that bass is really an instrument that's meant to be solid and like the backbone of a song, and things like delay and reverb can really take away a lot of that solidity. Just to give you an example, this is quite an extreme example, but you can hear how much that takes away the strength of the bass, and compare it to how it sounds without it. But just like we did with reverb, you can try some of the more ambience type effects. And that's not too bad, it gives it a bit of stereo width and makes it stand out a bit. But being bass, with any of these time-based effects like reverb and delay, once you start extending the time of it, you risk creating muddiness or boominess. It's probably not so much of a problem in this example, but it is something you need to watch out for when using any of these type of effects on bass. So maybe one of the delays with a filter might be more suitable so that we can filter out some of those lower frequencies. So maybe if you set the center frequency somewhere around the lower mid-range. Okay, well, we'll leave it there. Thanks for watching. See you next time. In this tutorial, we're going to have a look at delay on vocals. This might actually be a fairly short tutorial because a lot of what we're going to be looking at has already been covered quite a bit throughout this chapter. So we're really just going to look at how delay can work for vocals. In many cases, vocals are maybe one of the most important parts of a mix, so they really need to stand out. In the chapter on reverb, we saw some ways that reverb can be used to achieve this, but as we've seen in the last tutorials in this chapter, delay can sometimes be used in place of reverb, particularly with shorter times such as room or ambient settings. In fact, it's actually fairly common to use delay here instead of reverb, as it can be cleaner and reverb can cause muddiness sometimes. With vocals, this can be especially true as it can really bring it to the forefront and even have a doubling effect, which is kind of like having two different vocal parts panned hard left and right, because we're able to control the timing of each channel, and it's these differences in timing that create that separation. Generally, it's better for this purpose to use the delay as a send effect, and we're going to use Ableton's filter delay to demonstrate. So as I said before, we've already seen delay used in this way in this chapter, so I have the feedback not too high, and a time of 30 milliseconds in one channel and 15 in the other is probably not a bad starting point. That gives an adequate amount of space between the two channels, and so does setting the filters differently, to create some space between the frequencies as well as the timing. And we also saw in the last tutorial on delay with guitar that when given two guitar parts, such as a rhythm and lead, it's probably better to let the lead have the longer delay times, as the notes will be less frequent, and they also probably won't stick to the same timing rigidly all the way through. And so in the case of vocals, especially lead vocals, the same principle could probably apply because it's more or less a lead instrument. But you want to make sure that the delay volume is much less than the direct source, because too much delay can make it sound distant. And of course you can control that with either the send or the dry wet control on the delay. And then of course we could try a combination of the two different delays. So we use the shorter delay to bring it to the front and give it that ambience and presence, and have the longer delay at a lower volume, more in the background, to give it that space and depth. And we can actually do all this in the one delay just by enabling the left and right delay and setting it to a longer setting. And then we can set it to a lower volume here with the volume control. Of course that means that the longer delay is then in mono, but the left and right delays are creating a stereo effect, so it may not matter. And we could also try panning that center delay just to take it a little bit off center, and that might give it a bit more space. But by using a different delay, it means we can control it with a send, so it's more accessible, and we can also have it in stereo. I'm going to turn off the center delay because there's too much going on there. And being able to adjust the filters means we can create even more separation between all the delays.
The price that you pay. Our love is so heavy.
So we can actually afford to have it with the send fairly low down. So it's there, but it's in the background and it's just giving a nice effect, while the shorter delay on send A makes it stand out. Might just try a different delay time. And other than that, there really aren't too many rules. You can just play around with all these settings until it sounds right. And just like we did with the guitar, you could try that 1950s kind of rockabilly slapback delay. It works in pretty much the same way, and you could even use the same delay on both. And so that was just a fairly short delay time, and just turn the feedback all the way down. And also put the filter down in the lower mid-range to take out some of the top end. Those real 50s slapback delays would have been in mono, so you can leave it in mono. But if you wanted to give it a bit of stereo presence, you could just turn up that other send to the other delay. Otherwise, of course, if you wanted to, you could just use the first delay on send A and extend the delay times and create the slapback with that and have it in stereo as well. So another thing to be aware of with delay is the potential for phasing issues. And we saw a bit of an example of this in the guitar tutorial, where in some situations, particularly with longer delay times and high feedback settings, the delayed signal starts to overlap with the original signal and you start to get this comb filtering effect. Let's have a listen to an example. So you'll notice as soon as the delay started to overlap with the direct signal started to get a lot weaker, sound very thin. It sounds like it's had the lower frequencies filtered out. And so this is something you really don't want to happen, especially not with vocals. In the guitar tutorial we looked at using the fine control to put it slightly out of time so that they're not overlapping exactly. But what we saw started to happen was it just started to get really messy and cluttered. So another way that you can help prevent this from happening is by inverting the phase of the delay track. In a lot of DAWs, each track will have its own phase button and you can just press that. Or if you're using an external hardware mixer, they'll often have phase buttons as well. And some delays even have a phase button for exactly this reason. But in Live you do it with a utility plugin which you can just find in the device browser, and it comes with this preset labelled invert. And that will basically have the same effect as pressing a phase button. And invert the phase of the delay so that it doesn't cancel with the original signal. And so you can hear now that direct signal is no longer sounding thin. Now I've deliberately used quite an extreme setting here just to really illustrate what's going on. And you might notice I've also turned the filter off. And I've done that basically because with the filter on, the effect might be a lot more subtle and harder to make out if you don't know what you're listening for. But you can still get phasing problems even with the filter on. It just might not be as obvious, so you might want to phase invert the delay anyway. So let's just have a quick listen to the effects with the filter on. So we'll turn off the utility plugin first so we can hear the difference. So you can just sort of make out a bit of a phasing, flanging effect on the delay. So now let's try that again and invert the phase. And so you can hear that's no longer doing it. So a lot of the time it may not matter if you've got more subtle delay that's quite in the background. You may not really get too much of a problem. But if you do ever notice any strange kind of effects when using delay, or if you're using more extreme settings like this, then it's something that might be worth bearing in mind. Okay, we'll leave it there. Thanks for watching. See you next time.